работаем. Wow.
Oh! Aiming for the toilet. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my fucking god! Oh my god.
Diablo swings around. Oh, corner with it. Oh, he goes down to the knife and Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome in to day 3 of the Hpl EU Season 3. I am Correct Wisdom, joined again by Kirk on the Lurk in the booth on the Hunt Premier Live channel, partnered up with the Battle State Games Squad. And before we get into any of the nattering today, chat, I'd like you all to join me together. We're going to take a moment and just have a second of silence for our lost comrade Blue. Okay, we've donned the blue jacket for him in memory of him today. He was due to be here on the casting booth, but Blue has fallen prey to Mother Nature. Okay, the cold, the flu, the curses have gripped his corpse and have taken him from us. So a moment of silence for Blue that will not be joining us today, but don't worry, we're here to carry it all the way through the action. Like I said, my name is Correct Wisdom, and I am delighted to introduce Kirk to join me again for another day of great action. Kirk, yesterday was insane. Today is set to be even better, right?
Yeah, we have an awesome lineup of games coming up, and without further ado, I think we should just go straight in to the schedule that we have for today with no hesitation at all. As you can see by the green dots displayed on the right of each of the groups, these are the games that are going to be displayed on stream for everybody to take part in watching with us. And of course, we have the games off stream, which are, displayed by the ones that don't have the green dots. So if you're a big fan of the TOFG side, then you're gonna have two awesome games today because they get to show up twice. We didn't see them at all yesterday. They did play 2 games, but they were both off stream. And then on the first day, we only seen them once. So if you're a big TOFG fan, probably the newest team coming into the league, then this is their day to shine and to show everybody and the world exactly what they're made out of.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got 3 featured matches for you on screen today, 3 more that are going to be going on in the background for you to be able to check in with if you're staying and paying attention live in the chat. Obviously, shout out to the mods that do the hard work in the background, being able to bring those updates in the scores from the off-screen matches to keep you guys in tune with the action that's not being viewed on screen. That being said, we've got an absolute slammer of a game to start off the day with. We've got Sicario versus OFG, the other friendly guys. And, well, now it's time to take a quick look at that head-to-head.
That's a lot of thumbs there.
It is a lot of thumbs. I mean, it's all the TFG thumbs, right? You've seen it in purple, you've seen it in blue. That friendly guy himself has got the thumb in the yellow. So the thumbs are spreading, should we say.
Indeed, and as we head over to the head-to-head screen, we do have another thumb on this right side. The blue TOFG roster lineup is Undead, SNX, Hiding, Mr. Krabs, and Nose, and the substitutes of Brand 1 and Propus.
Absolutely, in the Sicario roster today, the Titans that will be and will continue to be, unless somebody can stop them. It's going to start up with the roster of Kiyoshima, Luki, Zaki, Furlex, Goes, and last but very not least, Entas on the bench. After last season's worth of action, I will say, folks, I did get a chance to sit down with Entas after the Tarkov trivia section that they took part in and have a good chat about the team as a whole, the mentality, how the scene feels, and a lot of positive things coming out of the Sicario squad. I know there's a lot of hard work that goes on in the background in their training, and, well, it's merely a testament as to why they do so well in these tournaments, seasons, and competitive environments, right, Kirk?
Yeah, absolutely. This is Sicario, ladies and gentlemen. They have the titles that they have for a reason, and everybody knows their prestigious name. But for the side of OFG, I do remember on day one, with Blue, who I was, just momentarily pressing a couple F keys for his unfortunate sickness, and Hot Sauce were really hyping up that stream because man, did they make a lot of SpongeBob jokes with that Mr. Krabs name, and I was so for it. I love SpongeBob, and I was in the chat making some jokes of my own, and man, I was eating that up. So, you know, I might have a couple SpongeBob jokes just to be warned, because we love Mr. Krabs and the entire OFG lineup. So that's gonna be awesome to see. And they remember the last time we did see them on that day one, they were in fact still on Skybridge. So I think this might be a favorite for that team.
Well, let's start off without any hesitation then, shall we, Kirk? We're going to have to hope that the OFG side has gotten into that mental headspace. Yeah, they've done themselves a little bit of meditation and they have converted all of the Sicario starting squad into Krabby Patties. If each one of them is going to be as tasty as they look on the SpongeBob menu, then the OFG squad might find themselves with a glimmer of hope, being able to take some points away from the first tie of the day. That being said, they are going to have to hope that that Krabby Patty power is both titanium protected and swift when it comes to delivering justice, because the Sicario sword, knife, skull, and all of the damage in that squad is going to be ready to stop them from having anything to say about any of the points in this game. It is a head-to-head, folks at home. It is a best of two maps, and for those of you maybe joining us for the first time, we're going to be riding on into the bowl first with Sicario choosing that map pick and then sailing off to Skybridge second with those other friendly guys choosing that as their home turf. Question for you, Kirk. Do you think that Bowl is Sicario favored or OFG favored, or am I losing my mind to even suggest that any map is not Sicario favored given how strong the squad is?
I feel like historically, of course, Bay 5 is a Sicario map that they've always loved, but Skybridge is also a map that I feel like they've favored before. They were big into Bay 5, but all of a sudden, within the last few days, we can see that, you know, Bowl has been a map that they've been picking more often than not, and the only thing that's changed is really the roster. So I can think that maybe somehow that roster change up could have impacted their favorability on certain maps, and it seems like Bowl is the one that really locked it in for them.
Yeah, we talked about Bowl yesterday in regards to the 8 Sins squad as well, formerly EPA, formerly ITB Shuffle. This is a squad that was very favoured in that Bowl territory that now we're not even so sure if that is considered their home turf anymore. We saw some good games from them on Bay 5 yesterday that saw them looking very strong. So interested to get down to finding out their results in the background alongside some of these matches there, obviously. The first one we're going to get to see is going to be a bowl match, but it's not going to feature that 8 Sins squad. It's going to see whether Sicario or the other friendly guys have got something to show. Now, we mentioned this as a little bit of a side caveat. Even the friendly guys squad themselves did attest to how strong this other friendly guys team is. Now, in that sense, if you've got a team that's played, had experience, was considered the first iteration of the team, not necessarily the first team in skill level or difference, but the first iteration of the team, you would expect the more skilled players to be on that primary roster. That being said, the argument given was that maybe the TOFG team might be just a little bit better than the original TFG team. And that's a good little talking point to go into it further down the season, because we are going to get to see those two teams going head to head. And we're going to find out what that result leaves us with as a final answer as to which of the two teams is stronger. TFG have had experience, right, Kirk? They've played here before. TOFG haven't, but have put out good performances that make it look like you could think elsewise.
Yeah, and actually, if you want to go into the more specifics of that, about how these teams place up right now and to see which ones are better than each other going off of the leaderboard, we do have that ready. This is the leaderboard for the last 2 days that we have prepared for you, and this will change by the end of the day. So as we can see here, the OFG and TFG lineup are very similarly placed, and they both have the same amount of games played as well as everybody else on the board. Sometimes this standings board can be a little bit wonky when you look at it, because you don't realize that some of the teams sometimes have not as many games played as others. So it can kind of make you think that perhaps they're in a place, that they should not be, but in reality, they just haven't played their full amount of games yet. But surprisingly, at the end of day 2, of course, everybody has played their equal share of games, and this is the most accurate leaderboard that we have to date yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say, so wisely pointing out that yesterday's leaderboards and standings obviously had teams that going into day two will have only played the one out of two matches and had what we like to call a game in hand, an extra chance to put more points on the board that hadn't been decided for them yet, and therefore a potential game they still had within their wheelhouse. Now, this time around, and at this state, like you said so correctly, Kirk, it is dead on accurate. Every team has played 3 out of 6 of the games they intend to be playing across the next couple of days. All right, so we are going to see the first of the 2 real breakpoints where the standings will reflect everybody playing an equal amount of games, and we'll get to see as these teams spill out. Like I mentioned, at 6 games as well, each of these teams will have a similar outlook where everybody will have finished the same amount of games at the end of the day, and we'll get another view on the standings with everyone in a similar spot. Right now, there's not much that separates it. Decoded, Panderic both sharing points at the bottom. Sicario and Ancestral 2 points apart, as are Oil Rig and 8 Sins. Then with the other friendly guys and those friendly guys only a point apart. The bottom part of the table actually is closer than the top, given one difference between all the way 8th up to 6th, and then only 1 to 5th. But following that up there towards the top of the table, places 4th through 1st right now are very, very well spread for how minimal matches have been played. And I don't expect it to get closer. I actually think Sicario are going to extend this further, and the real fight for this season is going to be between that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spot placings.
Yeah, very, very interesting for sure. And I have to maybe ask you a question: is that OFG have the 3 points on the board, putting them over TFG by 1 point, but the reason that they have that is because they have one single win under their belt compared to TFG's 2 draws. So in comparison, you would think that maybe TFG have fought a little bit harder and maybe put in a little more effort, given that they've been trying to force these ties after, maybe a difficult first map or so. But then, perhaps OFG could have just had an easy one game, took those 3 points, and then all of a sudden they seem like they might have, not as fought as hard as TFG has because, they got an easy win, perhaps you could say, and then all of a sudden they just lose 2 sets of games rather, and then all of a sudden they're above TFG. So like, what do you think is a little bit more important there? Do you think that the fire of just constantly fighting out those to force draws is a little bit more something that would give you more experience over just kind of smashing out a win and then losing twice?
Right now, in my mind, it's the case that those friendly guys have had a tougher schedule to play against than the other friendly guys. Those friendly guys have played 2 of the 3 Titans in the top, arguably all 3 of the top, including playing Ancestral, but they played 8 Sins and they played Sicario. They haven't played Oil Rig yet, which is the one team that they're going to have to face, but they have played 8 Sins and they have played Sicario. The other friendly guys have only played Oil Rig, still have Sicario and 8 Sins to come. The other friendly guys played Panderic, which is where they got their 2-0 win, and those friendly guys are yet to play Panderic. Given the power dynamic between the teams and the positions on the table right now, would lead us to believe that those friendly guys and the Panderic matchup between those two, which is starting to become a little bit of a background scenes rivalry with how closely those 2 teams do work in the background together, both, from having good friends that previously played on the same team and have played base game interactions together for the longest time. These 2 are almost vying for that point as to which of the 2 can, survive from the bottom halves of the table and really make a name for themselves. These teams keep rebuilding, adding extra players to the roster. Panderic are doing a lot of things with the branding at the moment right now where they're trying to really reach out into loads of different bits and bobs. So, lots of exciting things coming from these 2 teams. And I'm interested to see that TFG Panderic head-to-head in the future, because I think that, for me, that's going to be our guideline, Kirk, right? Is the TOFG performance into Panderic was considered confident, very, very strong. If TFG can replicate that performance, then we're asking ourselves, okay, is it TOFG or TFG that's better? If the Panderic squad take down TFG, that would make you think that then it's TOFG, Pandas, TFG. So all still to come, but that's what we love about this season, right? Is you get to see these games play out in sequence, and at different points throughout the season, it gives a look on each of these different teams. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be swinging into some gameplay very shortly. The first map of the day for you guys at home is going to be Sicario taking themselves to the bowl to see if they can take the other friendly guys and turn them into the other flattened guys like they have done with the previous opponents.
Everyone, please welcome Sicario and TOFG to the bowl.
Is that Kelp? Did I just see Captain Kelp? Oh, it's Captain
Kelp
Kirk.
and
My
Coral
apologies.
Fries.
Off we go. Pre-fire through the side of curtain from Zaki as he's trying to find a little bit of health bar damage while popping onto site. Util set up. Flash extremely high in the sky. It's an interesting concept. Smoke goes out towards headshot. SNX is going to take out Zaki, actually. That's a really big pickup from TOFG.
Already starting off, I can see a pattern of how the TOFG defensive side is playing. They're really, really reserved right now and backed up extremely far, which is something that I've noticed from the standard TFG team the last time I seen them. So I wonder, maybe the strategy could have came through VOD reviewing or, potential internal stuff.
Look. Headshot. Goes. And SNX are literally playing in the side of the box right now. These two are having a little look. Goes is even looking at him through the box. They're having a little chat over the headshot whilst the action's going around him. SNX is fully aware that he's here. But he does not care one bit that Goes is here. Too busy concentrating on Curtin and Hop. Oh, does he know? He does know, and he's going to swing him eventually. That's really good time from SNX. He accesses site. He's going to move through for the second. SNX for the full sweep so far as he finds himself 3 kills in the first round for TOFG. Furlex, lucky, on that generator, are going to have other ideas as Sicario swing the sword to strength. TOFG goes all the way down. I'm not even going to call out the names because all 3 get folded so quickly. It's over before you even blink. Sicario have other ideas.
Just when it was going in the way of TOFG, you expected them to close that round out, but then Sicario, just within the matter of seconds, have just decimated the side of TOFG, and that's what they're known for, ladies and gentlemen, just running down their opponents with no hesitation and no mercy.
Look at what happens from the Sicario squad. We've not even had a full round gone and they've already evolved past the gameplay. They realise instantly they're giving SNX too much space because their play is too slow. And then Sicario hit Gear 7 and just steamrolled away into sight.
They have all the experience under their belt. This is arguably one of the most experienced teams versus one of the most inexperienced teams, so this is an interesting matchup for sure. And if TOFG can put up a good fight against Sicario, to the point where maybe they might not even win, it's still a massive achievement for them, and I'd say that they should be proud of that.
Interesting choice for Resmoke. Undead from the back. Furlex falls Undead out of spawn. He's back with the TRG and he's here for business. He's actually going to miss a relatively easy one on the back of that headshot box there. It's going to cost him his life. SNX finds some room to breathe as Furlex finally whiffs the shot. First time of the century, I would say, as Goes does collapse SNX on the refrag, though. Wow. That is going to be the end of TOFG in round 2. We are in for a game here. I don't know if this is going to be as much of a strong performance from Sicario as a clean sweep as we thought, but boy, oh boy, this is going to be a game regardless.
Yeah. Very important, in fact. So important that me and Crack were talking about how crucial that these games are on day 3, because this can really solidify your position as sort of a locked-in spot in the leaderboards going forward. If you have so much wins and so many points to where nobody can catch up with you by the end of day 3, it's such a more relaxed state of mind you can be in, pushing forward, that'll allow you to think more clearly and, get a lot more wins under your belt without hesitation or, nervousness or anything like that.
I'm very impressed to see TOFG putting the paces on Sicario. I'm not saying that it's necessarily got them a successful round yet, but they are forcing Sicario to really have to lock in and execute very consistently. Otherwise, they're going to find themselves losing members very, very freely. I mean, we've seen Sicario bleed out the first of the second kill to TOFG from some good defensive positioning and just good smart play like this here as Nosebleed finds the first blood into Furlex, and that's the big hitter from that Sicario side in day 1 and 2 that's really been screaming out from the top of his lungs how good he is at this game.
TOFG not looking to give up that tower lane so easily last time. I mean, you really got to put some effort into holding that, especially when last round, someone with a bolt action could just flank you like that. So I think they realize they got to put a little bit more enforcement on that generator tower lane side. and they've yet to fall. So this is an excellent defense so far because they've been killing a lot of times. A lot of smokes have been dispersed already. 40 seconds left on the clock. And you know what? As I speak, Zaki just loves to shut me up and just
Look at how much they
make a
type in the
jaw drop
gameplay,
of
Kurt.
us.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. You hit the nail on the head. Like, see how the difference between the fluidity of that Sicario squad trying to play, and then Zaki, for example, there tightens it right to the edge of curtain, goes right back to basics, soft peek, info peek, quick peek, and just immediately lines all three of the peaks up so that there's no gap for somebody to react to it, claims the kill, and that single death allows them access onto site. The bomb is now planted, and with TFG in the numbers advantage for a small moment until Zaki deletes it, makes it 3v3, there's not much time left to be able to repel this. Second goes down on Gen. Goes from the top meta, dueling for his life versus hiding. Luke, he does find Mr. Krabs.
Opting in for the 40-round mags here might actually save him because he still has 10 left to go, but Lukey's fast peaks and reaction timers too much for hiding, and another huge red win for Sicario. Round number 3, and it's already looking like TUFG are going to have to pick up those socks.
It's definitely feeling a bit rough. This almost looks like our TOFG squad might have been caught in a SpongeBob episode. They're feeling slightly underwater in motion comparison to the speed that Sicario is slamming sights with right now. I will say one thing. Lukey, who over the last couple of days has found himself slightly below on the kill feed in relation to Furlex after some insane performances on the marksman class. Lukey is now 6-0, deathless, leading the charge for this Sicario squad.
Oh, wow.
Double damage. Deuces. That smoke is insane, Kirk. Look at how good that smoke is over split. Wow. So now Sicario, actually, with that smoke fully cutting off access, they're going to decide to go the other way. And look at the defensive smoke being just as good out of TOFG. They can't physically run through curtain because the smoke... Oh, the timing's good, though. Headshot. Nosebleed needs to play his life. He gets one into Furlex. It's a big pick. Nosebleed's going to cheeky peek for the second. That's a bit overcommittal in there that Goes could have made a good example of. But Keo instead is going to find the space. And he's going to push through to tower lane now, looking to sandwich this heads-up positioning. Have TFG got support? They have, but Keo's going to annihilate the man in spawn watching the back.
And now they're all locked in, and wow, through the wall is undead onto Kiyoshima. That's a big one to be able to relieve so much pressure off of this now with 45 seconds left, and bomb is still available to be planted. You know, Ghost is going to have a difficult time to be able to try to grab it because, wow, look at that spot it's in right at the pitch point. Who dropped that there?
You can't park there, mate. That's not somewhere you want to leave the bomb behind. Is going to feel a little unfortunate here. Ghost is just going to have to play a little bit of team fight action for the time being. He's going to get one as one of the members actually ends up getting team kills as he crosses across. He's down on minimal points. Ghost is going to find 1-2 in the squad. Goes in a 1v1 in the absolute miracle play of his life. 19 seconds left on the clock. He can't find the bomb, but can he find Mr. Krabs? Can he find the crusty man himself? He's actually making it possible. 10 seconds. Krabs does not need to peek this. Ghost is going to get outside to plant the bomb. It is totally within the realms of possibility. Mr. Krabs has to get up to curtain and get him on the animation, or this is all goes all day long. Oh, brother.
Oh, I'm so nervous for Ghost right now, and I think he's a little bit nervous himself. We saw how difficult it was for him to pick up that bomb. He was shaking a little bit. So much on the line right now. So much of a single-handed one-man army is Goes, because that just might be the play of the day, the play of the week, the play of the tournament. Goes with a 4v1 to single-handedly carry his team through a massive round win on Bull.
Call him Mr. Radiation. Goes nuclear and absolutely annihilates the thoughts of the TOFG numbers advantage. What on earth was that? Oh my word. Sicario now picking up Goes, formerly EPA, now a Sin squad member inside of this Sicario lineup. Looks like he is more than just at home. He is comfortable and ready to make his name as a Sicario squad member.
Perhaps he's been on the coffee before the game's even started, so it's already been kicked in. He's already warmed up, and with 4 rounds in, this is usually when we see a turning point right now, but the amount of mental fortitude that may have left TOFG with, it could be a tall order to come back from. Big, strong win. 3 rounds, 3 kills. Oh my goodness. What is going on right here? Sicario decimating the competition with no effort, it seems like. It's just unbelievable. And you know what? I got to go back to that Ghost play. When he swung into 3 people, he lost about 5 to 10% of his health. I don't know if I can praise, Goes for being a good player, or if I can maybe say, hey, to UFG, hit your shots.
Yeah. There's definitely a conversation to be had where 3 people are holding a very similar angle across split, but the same can be said. It's just pressure. Like the the fact that Ghost lives that challenge 1 versus 3 is wild, but the unfortunate scenario where one gets team killed and then the second member tries to help the challenge and ends up just stepping into a headshot it's just Tarkov, man. And Ghost is putting himself in the place and the position to be able to have those chances unlocked. Kiyoshima finds a good 1-for-1 on the generator as Krabs gets Furlax for the response. Goes for SNX as the third. 2 down on the TOFG side as Sicario find themselves a member stronger. Currently looking towards this flank rotation from Mr. Krabs. Kiyoshima does not know that Krabs is exactly where he thinks he is. Crabbing away on the end of the nose like the namesake. Lukey is going to change on dead to very dead.
Krabs is going to force Mr.
Yeah.
Yeah. No reason not to beat that. You hear the grenade, right? No reason not to. It's excellent recognition from Mr. Krabs.
Sharing brain cells again, Kirk. That's a crazy wavelength, is that right there? The both of us, just the sinking sigh of dismay in your stomach when you realize that Mr. Krabs has not been noticed just yet, and he is absolutely here at the right time. Now, though, Battle Buddy system is slightly out of sync. Sicario have left the door open. He's going to get the third.
Oh!
Mr. Krabs with the flick of the triple. Oh, my word. Med cut. Talk about med sliced, med executed. Mr. Krabs with the claw.
Oh, I think Lukey's on semi-auto.
For the 4-piece. The full Krabby Patty and the full house. He's here. Who is Mr. Krabs? What is this guy doing? Wait, it's the whole ace. It's not just 4. He had the whole lot.
What a first game. First game of the day. Being cracked. I don't even know what to tell you. This is just a blessing to be able to be a part of this. And multiple award-winning rounds that these players have made. Goes and Mr. Krabs. And even hiding there, he was still at the end killing time, putting pressure on for his teammate to allow him to continue to push forward and get those kills. So massive amounts of teamwork too.
This is
exceptional.
Actually wild. I'm so glad we're getting to watch this one. Lukey is here and takes out the first onto Nosebleed. It's a rough pick for the first for the TOFG side after doing so well in the previous round. I mean, Goes gets 4 and claims the round for Sicario. Mr. Krabs says, I see you and I raise you. I'll have 5 and have 1 for myself. And at 5 and 1, Sicario are 2 rounds away from swapping the half. With a very good job done. Mr. Krabs is down, though. The King Claw taken out of round number 7.
Downtown is hiding, and Lukey instantly getting 1-for-1. No reason not to. Can't let your teammate go down like that. 2 members of TOFG remaining, each on separate lanes currently, so they are almost unavailable to play off of each other as the current moment stands because of the the Sicario defensive setup right now.
Yeah, I think Lukey might need to consider having a nickname of Luffy because the man has gone all the way through up to full Joy Boy. Gears 1 through 4 being negated. 11 and 3, this man is popping off right now and leading the Sicario squad to strength. That does close out their 6th round. It is 6-1 so far, with their attacking half having 1 round left on it for them to be able to convert another before the other friendly guys are going to get their first look at what they can do when it comes to damage, access, and a point with the blast pack.
Looking to use some smoke grenades right away. Perhaps a very quick round we have in our hands coming up. Sicario looks like they're just going to brute force and strengthen numbers their way into A site. Smokes are already pluming, and they are in good spots. They were lined up perfectly, and with aggression, TOFG started off with their very first blood, make that a second blood already, and Sicario may be doubting that this extremely fast rush strat is a good idea. This was a perfect time for them to use it,
Oh
and
my.
in the smoke, we have a little bit of a hide-and-seek match. TOFG, the winning side of that one. Sicario pull out the strangest strategy at the strangest time, and it does not work out.
All offers some exceptional work from Nosebleed Hero on the generator. 2 good kills as the Sicario squad try to play that confident aggression through the curtain. They look to try and challenge Generator, and Nose plays his life. Nose knows the best. Takes himself 2, then pushes up. Although he does end up going down, the trade comes out from hiding, and this TOFG side is starting to go from strength to strength. They may have lost a few early rounds to the Sicario squad, but they definitely are starting to adjust very quickly and evolve.
Yeah, and hopefully they can lock it in very fast on this attacking side because, it took them a little while to, get their feet on solid ground there on the defensive side. So hopefully it can take them a little bit quicker to lock in, and we can have a really good game here if they want to force their way up to a potential overtime against Sicario, which is an achievement in itself.
Into round number 9, we are rolling 1:45 on the clock, and I guarantee you when it comes to action, neither of these teams are going to think about stopping. 2 TOFG members looking actually towards the generator, going up mid. Actually, they're playing a lot. So, do you know what? This is something for the TOFG side that has definitely shown to be their style. They are not the team that's going to run you down and try and challenge in your face. Instead, they're going to play the slower pace with SNX finding the prone angle into Furlex, catching him off guard with a bit of an odd one. And, well, you want to throw the Titans off of their tempo. Crazy, kooky, cool plays is definitely the way to do it. I like the approach. One thing you say about these oddball plays, though, Kirk, is how long are they going to last for, right? You
Yeah.
can't just continue to find success out of it being crazy. And a good, responsive, improvised nade levels the playing field. Goes for some aggression. Goes 1-for-1 on dead SNX, responding each one apiece. Mr. Krabs finds Kiyoshima.
Excellent work to remove the threat off a generator, and it's all up to Zaki right now, who, if I'm not mistaken, has a little one pumper to deal out to TOFG once they get close enough. Gonna instantly run away, giving up sight. Perhaps strategically.
No,
Check
don't.
this out. No way. That's like in between his arm and his knee.
Millimeters to the right, and Zaki's going to find himself a miracle shot.
He's got no ammo. I don't think he realizes it. They don't bring any extra mags, right?
No. Are you ready for the click?
Yeah.
This is going to be very, 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 very heart-wrenching in a second for the Sicario squad members. I can hear Furlex inside of his mind crying.
Yes!
You told him he knows
Yes!
he's got the opposite weapon. Now it's on. Heidi's going to find the challenge. Yes, the next steps out. This is Zaki territory. He's found the 1v1, and we knew what Goes has got for this. Now what's Zaki got in response? Heidi's going to step wide. He doesn't find the challenge or the kill. He does! Zaki dies to the leg. The blacked body part, actually, as he jumps onto site, costs him his life. And he falls over to the broken ankles.
Wow. If you're TOFG here, of course, you're never going to realize what happens on that first round. Use that first round to gain information, realize how these defensive players are going to play, and then you kind of base it out off of that going forward. Instantly, you already see 2 players with Lapuas are sitting on A site. So, in no doubt of my mind, we're going to see a TFG attack on 2 B site at this point. And then it will switch up. No, go ahead. I'm done.
What? No, you're good. I just thinking on that before this. In fact, we're going to talk about it after. This is okay. So you want to talk about timing? We don't get chance to yap because here's another one of these cool plays that's coming in now, and Furlex is about to find himself under heat that he is. I don't know how aware he's going to... Oh, here comes the thunder. He knows one's down. It's bowling alley syndrome for Furlex, and now support's up in the corner. Oh, they chose to run just a little too soon, and Furlex playing a slightly slower tempo in the angle. He's just waiting for the next person to ball into line. There's 3.
Oh, my goodness.
The hiding keep does get the tempo back, actually, but it's too little, too late. Mr. Krabs is merely walking down Death Alley at this moment in time. Oh my word. Look at the bodies, Kirk. Look at them hit the floor. Oh, Krabs. Hold up. Wait a minute. Krabs.
That is so tough. That's so tough. And you got to respect Sicario's like recognition from that, right? Because what I mentioned is exactly what happened, but that's because that's the most basic, very optimal, that's the standard play that you should do. You see big guns on A, you go B. Sicario recognizes that they're probably going to do that, so they send their big gun to B at a very crucial choke point where usually you wouldn't expect a close range bolt action. TOG runs straight into their trap. The trap card has been played, and they end up losing 3 members as a result of it.
It's you understand the gameplay. It's been a lot of A aggression. They've played heavily on one side of the map, and then you think, okay, we've played our time long enough. We've walked slowly enough. But if the team is sensible enough to have an anchor, then that anchor is going to continue to hold the angle. This time around, Hiding's now looking to find that anchor. A good, smart adjustment from Hpl Eu puts himself into a different position, so he isn't able to be picked off easily. There is. Oh, Mr. Krabs covers off the one coming through on B plat. Actually, that's a good pickup to begin with. One dead is on site with that bomb, planting on B. Hpl Eu finds Krabs. Oh, no, team kill comes through.
Unfortunate, very unfortunate right now for the TUFG side, but Kiyoshima is just a menace. He's mopping up the competition with no hesitation. Through the wall, baby. Headshot to SNX. He doesn't even realize that nobody's left because he's killed them all so fast.
It felt very odd. The bomb got in and onto site almost as if the entry fights hadn't happened. Sicario did a good job there of, like, staying deep reserved, but with knowledge of where players were, and decided to challenge at good timing so that it caused a lot of confusion there. You notice even the team kill coming through with Nose and Hiding getting slightly confused inside of the chaos. And I think actually Sicario have, in 2 rounds, would you say, adjusted to the TOFG oddball strats that we've seen coming through?
I don't think the first round can really count because you never really understand what they're going to do until you read them a little bit. So the first round's always sort of a wild card. But after that, yeah, you could probably count it towards adjusting, yeah.
Oh my word. Okay, no more Nose. Hpl Eu is on a killing spree.
Strategies of these M10s are so strange because you would never expect a weapon like this to be played up close. I think it's just the higher guarantee of a connection with a shot than it would be at longer range, where volume of fire and a high fire rate can really put you in cover and force you to not peek up and shoot. But when you're up close, the target is so much bigger, and if you hit that shot, it's an all-in. There's no risk after you get the kill. You can instantly back right out and use that information to go forward and grab another kill if you see them on the first swing.
Almost hits the shot as Hpl Eu, slightly early on the shot. Krabs is going to realize that he has to heavy swing this. He can't fake the swing because if he does, he's going to get tapped. Hiding finds Zaki. He always gets Hiding in response. It's now 4 versus 1, and only Mr. Krabs left alive. The last round for the Sicario squad to see success to take map 1. Mr. Krabs has got to try and revive this in a 1v4 with 30 seconds left on the clock. This is starting to slowly slip out of the realm of possibility. First swing onto side, does put damage down, but doesn't kill Kiyoshima on the first. Now, knowing both are behind the box, rough challenge, has to check the close corner. Extreme covered, now Jen spotted. Plays back and has 0 time left to work around it, and he realizes he's trapped. Closing the net, Sicario swing through. Luki closes it out, and Sicario moved to 9-3.
Wow. I mean, props to UFG, 3 rounds against, arguably the strongest team in the tournament historically. So you really can't put them down too much. They tried their best, and there was a lot of phenomenal plays there that we've seen from them. They picked the right strategy at the right time when it works, but I think Sicario's overall, just skill, gunplay, knowledge of the game is just overall what prevails them there. And usually that is what happens on most games that they come through. It's not even like you expect them to lose against this team. It's just they're simply higher skilled than 90% of the other players are up against.
It's an interesting concept again. So I've done a lot of casting recently on some different platforms, titles, things like Rocket League, Overwatch, where series scorelines, best of fives, best of sevens go 3-0, 4-0, 5-0, and they don't really tell the true story of what happened inside of the game. That 9-3 scoreline there, to me, does not tell the true story of what happened inside of that game. I actually think the other Friendly Guys squad would and should be very proud of themselves from the performance that they put into Sicario there, because that could have quite easily been maybe a 9-6, 9-7. Were Sicario not just on form? Like, respectfully speaking, okay, Sicario again have turned up to day 3 and have absolutely flattened their opponent in the first map, even given an extremely strong resistance out of those other Friendly Guys squad. I mean, Mr. Grabs took them for a full 5-man spin. All right, that's a statement alone, alongside some great work from Nose in multiple rounds on early access. I mean, think if you go back into that one there, 4, 5, maybe even 6 rounds, I can think off the top of my head where Nose at least got the first kill, if not 2, from the same area, dominating his territory both on defense and taking space and offense. So good to see out of the TOFG squad. And well, I mean, I'm starting to be more and more convinced, Kirk, as to why the TFG and the TOFG squad are considered similar demons with the strength.
Yeah, and it really, again, like you said before, it was also all up to exactly what matchups they played so far. And, only time will tell exactly how that's going to result. But, if you get a little bit easier teams at the start, then it's going to start to get harder near the end. But at the end of day 3 is really what's going to solidify exactly a decent amount of good, accurate predictions of where we can assume that these players will end up, these teams will end up near the end of the tournament. So, bowl, throw it away. You say this all the time, right? You take your loss and you just throw it away. You don't think about it, and you just head into the next game with a fresh mindset. This is Skybridge. This is the map that they picked, TOFG, as I'm talking about, and this is the map that we've seen them play on day 1. This is a map that they favored, and surprisingly, compared to the NA side, this is a map that's the most picked right now. It's the most popular, which is
there have
insane.
been changes to the map. Some scenery has been removed. Some access
recently?
points have been made much more comfortable. Yes, absolutely. Recent patch. So, for example, on the B site,
How did I miss that?
lane 3, the stairs that come down from heaven to lane 3, the left-hand side railing from those stairs is completely gone now. So all of that issue you used to have going into the deepest blue train end, having to vault over that railing and struggle to fight off to get down, it's not a thing anymore. You just go off the side of the stairs and you're into the train, you can fight and contest and challenge. There's other bits like that where the scenery has been moved, so some of these like single small pixel gaps that you could see through to shoot people have gone. But more wooden panels are about, and we are, with the ammo changing, able to now wallbang through more scenery. So this B site has been exposed, shall we say, to a lot of good access avenues from an offensive standpoint, and therefore teams now feel Skybridge has that fluidity that it didn't have before to play both the A site and the B site to an equal level of strength, whereas teams very heavily would favor that A site on Skybridge because it felt very dice roll, coin flip-esque on the B site with the lanes and the trains how they were. So, interesting to see that. The other thing is, we've talked a lot about the TOFG squad. I'd like to talk about 2 things on Sicario right now, and then I want to nod to a third, and I really want to get your feedback on this, Kirk, so I'm curious, but let's talk about Furlex, all right? The 2-time, 1-time, for the 1-time, Chris Kyle time, cool killing guy with the quick moves, the swift flicks, the flick of the wrist that's so sick that I ain't ever going to get my words in a twist ever again watching his gameplay, because it's Wonderworld, 7 deadly sins and the lot. Like, it's everything you could possibly dream of on a marksman weapon. And the reason is because of how much time and effort this player has spent into working with this play style. There was a shout out, I think actually I caught in the chat for a brief second, that mentioned something that I was going to talk about, which is, you remember back to the old classes when it was the marksman tree, you had a full line down and it was down to gaze.
Yeah.
This player is the kind of player that would formally and naturally find themselves on that kit. So this is not like somebody who's just kind of picked up the weapon recently and just gotten to terms with it. This is somebody who's very comfortable and experienced in this playstyle. The TRG is essentially a better version of what we've ever had on offer for that style of play, And therefore, it is no surprise to see this man absolutely dominating with that kit in his hands. Then I want to talk about Lukey, because in this game today, we saw Lukey step up and above Furlex and do even more damage, which is what we were used to seeing from Season 2. That, not that Lukey was underperforming, but Lukey wasn't sitting on the top of that leaderboard. It was the Furlex show, flexing his skills and, snapping some cool shots. Now Lukey has decided he's had enough of a one-man show and he's deciding to make his mark. We saw Sicario go through this phase in Season 2. And the person that stood out right at the end that was dominating was Kiyoshima, who had seemed to go through improvements and improvements and improvements and be skyrocketing with their potential. We're following a similar trend. I would dread to think who's got to face this Sicario squad in their second last and their last game of the season, because you want to consider how consistent these guys are, and then theoretically Kyo might have more step up, including, like, we know Zaki's a demon, all right? We made a joke that the league might have decided yesterday, all right, that Sicario had their tough match done and dusted and that's it, they're going to walk the rest of it. They keep playing like this, you're going to be hard to argue elsewise.
So, what you want me to talk about the Furlex sniper situation? Yeah. It's interesting because I found it really strange that a lot of people actually did sort of go towards that gaze class near the end of the marksman tree, because they gave you an ACOG sight on it, right? It's tough. You're locked into a 4X. You don't have a canted. You don't have, a top RMR. You don't have I don't even know if you got a backup. I mean, you might have got like a pistol maybe, but
yeah, a little lucky. Yeah.
I think there's a huge difference between being comfortable, like you said, Furlex is, with a bolt action in this similar scenario versus being comfortable with a 338 bolt action with AP, right? Because every other bolt action, you can't one-tap the chest. However, in this very specific scenario with the AXMC or M10, all of a sudden, your target becomes, 2-3 times as big to one shot?
Yeah, if they're fully exposed, yeah.
I think it's a whole different playing field than being comfortable with hitting headshots with, M61 or whatever, versus being comfortable with AP hitting the head or the thorax, and then all of a sudden your threat is completely eliminated. So it kind of maybe speaks to how Furlex plays the main game. Is he one of those players that is a high level that commonly runs a weapon like an AXMC or a Seiko M10 where he's just comfortable with it, right? Because other than that, where else do you really use these weapons? I'm pretty sure Furlex is just a guy that spams Arena all day, realizes the absolute gem that the brand new 338 is, and is taking full advantage of it before it probably gets nerfed.
I'm not sure if it's going to find itself being nerfed, because I think that's what it's meant to do. Like, I feel like it's, hitting the body and the one tap to the thorax is something that people concern themselves with. But as we roll on into this next game, the one thing you're going to see that is very commonly done into that style of gameplay is quick shoving the player down, like getting in their face with a full auto weapon, because that reload time is still huge regardless. Two are going to get caught potentially on the cross. Nose is actually going to get folded by that exact same TRG we were talking about. Undead does have the responses. Lucky is now out of sandwich. Zaki's got Mr. Krabs. Oh my, okay.
We can't keep gassing this guy up. We can't keep gassing him up. He's just going to kill everybody. Look at him.
Undead, Zaki, both picking up one apiece each. 3-1 left, and it's just SNX Kirk. Has he got what it takes to make it out alive?
Depends how many Lapuas are on the Sicario side right now. Sometimes we do see them bring two. One of them always has that 1 to 6x, and then sometimes the other one has a Monstrum 2x. But I think we might have to see that right now. What? How do you win that? SNX, it's actually insane that he picked one of the most optimal scopes for that situation. The MRS's field of view is one of the best for a scope. Reticle, not so great, but that was able to let him see and get recognition on Zaki, who was laying down right under his scope. Unfortunate timing for SNX to fall down and Zaki to take full control of the situation and lock in that round for the first one on Sicario.
So game 2 for Ancestral versus 8 Sins coming in there in the chat. At the end of the game, it's an 8 Sins win. The main score is Ancestral 0, 8 Sins 2. So in the best of 2 head-to-head, 8 Sins are going to take home a 2-0 victory. GG's, congratulations to 8 Sins, and that's another 3 points on the board.
That's crazy. Everyone, we like to, of course, give huge props to Ancestral, who have been pulling it through lately and performing exceptionally well beyond most people's standards. And speaking of performing beyond people's standards, unfortunately, Kiyoshima did not just do that.
Yeah, apparently Felix was not playing up to standard. Kiyoshima says you can have a seat on the bench to pay attention and learn something this round. Team kill aside and jokes aside, it is one apiece though, as an extra was returned back. Congratulations to 8 Sins actually on that one, because you remember the table at the beginning of the day. Ancestral currently holding that second place spot, so that 2-0 convincing victory over Ancestral will intensely help the 8 Sins push to try and overtake them in the top of the leaderboard. Right now, smoke over this E-box position is holding Kiyoshima kind of hostage a bit. TOFG are going to get free push onto plant. I thought that kill feed was going to be through the smoke then, but it's not. Mr. Krabs is surprising me yet again with a great kill on point. Struggling getting the plant down right now, though.
VIP control still being taken, and it's very important to the point where you can't waste all your time trying to get it, because, you know, at that point you won't have enough time to defuse the bomb, so...
Yeah, VIP is one of the strongest post-plant positions to go to, and as this numbers advantage is going to play out, the 2 last members of Sicario swing together, but Nosebleed's going to find one. Kio's knowing of the danger from that side and has to try and swing as time's ticking out. SNX is going to finish it off, and TOFG level the tides up 1-1 early on into Skybridge.
When we were talking about Sicario before, I did have something in my head. I unfortunately didn't get time to say it, but I think now might be a decent time. Remember yesterday we were talking about the IGL that we were thinking that could be for Sicario now that Nemenas is gone.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, I assumed that Nemenas was the IGL beforehand, and now, of course, that he's gone, someone else would take that role. On our roster sheet, at the very top of the list for every roster, the person who is at the top is in bold letters, and that person was Kiyoshima. So we can only assume that Kiyoshima is the IGL for this team now, which makes a lot of sense because of his experience not only in Escape from Tarkov, but esports in general.
Yeah, don't forget, this is the same Minecraft manipulator that you remember from back in the day, the Roblox Ranger, yeah? The racing simulator Crusader. I don't think he's ever played Counter-Strike, though. I'm pretty sure that's not one of the platforms he's ever touched. I wonder if he could try his hand at that. I reckon he'd be quite good. Zaki's going to find the first.
Blocks.
Exactly, yeah, escape from tar blocks. First goes down, Kiyoshima's going to find hiding on the second. Smoke over KFC's finding itself being a massive problem. Flex into the smoke! Come on, you can't do him like that, bro.
Someone needs to throw some handcuffs on this guy, or, like, you know, put like a dummy round in his gun, a couple rounds. What's going on here? Somebody throw TUFG a bone, and maybe they need a little bit of help in chat. So if you're a big TUFG fan, you got those thumbs up emotes, throw them in chat. I know everybody is here on the TUFG fan side. You need to give them a little bit extra momentum for this next round where they have a possibility of tying it up.
The thing that's got to be putting intimidation into the hearts of the TOFG side right now is the fact that Furlex is not playing the deep angles. Like, he is the one that is quick pushing sandwich and quick scoping whichever victim is deciding to challenge him. This time around, TOFG have gone for what I think is a very smart play in trying to rotate the site. Is from site going to pick off one and then rotate through blue. Now knows that he's got his back covered as 2 quick kills come in from the TOFG squad. That red train position, though, Kirk's going to be dangerous.
Yeah, I did notice that railing that has been removed. A couple changes. Do you know if there's any changes on A as we try to kill some time as a rotate's being made?
Actually, gonna just quickly divert attention to something real quick that's actually very important. So, C-Nose has just picked up a weapon from one of their teammates. Now, that Enforcer kit is carrying a mutant with BP rounds. Keep an eye on Nose. one of the crucial entry frag killers. Been doing some great work. Now better ammo on that Shanky class is going to find himself super powered or supercharged as such. Undead is in a great position to catch a rotation, as this bomb site rotation has turned out flawless for TOFG so far. Furlex is now trapped in a corner and currently being pushed away by Undead as he takes good space. And this is a great look from the TOFG side.
Reaction time is good for Furlex, but unfortunately, when a long-range angle comes like that, it's hard to hit. And then, as we can see, Undead gets a little bit closer, and that makes it his own job easier for him. Tries to get a little hoppy, jump shotty, and that was a keyword yesterday if you want to keep your ears open, ladies and gentlemen, because might have some more giveaways going on in the chat later on. But as that round comes to an end, it's just like I said, TUFG tie it right up, and I bet the boys are pumped.
This is, I mean, look, okay. We talked about this last season with Blue, and I still hesitate to start giving any feels as to where the game is going to go until I've seen a round of attacking side from both teams.
True.
TOFG are putting the best foot forward here in keeping themselves level pegging, potentially even looking to try and push an advantage into the half. Nosebleed's going to get challenged on Sandwich, a quick early push from Luki, and Zaki's going to get them both losing their life. That's a quick A access and counter aggression repel from the TOFG squad that's going to open up this A site for them. Now they have the playbook in their hands. They can even... Oh, never mind! The grenade from Kiyoshima's perspective is going to be devastating as his pocket catches that one.
Bomb goes down with 1:20 on the clock and pushing it down to 50 seconds. So 20 is wiped off just like that, and it's going to put Sicario
Am I out of my mind to think that TOFG might actually take a lead into the half here?
It's definitely possible. I mean, we saw what Goes could do before, and you know,
Oh, brother.
3 kills to a plant and win on a crucial round, and he's doesn't have the ammo to do that job exactly, but hiding is just going to get a little hoppy, just like the round beforehand. Jumps all around, and wow, TUFG a smashing 5th round, which is actually the catalyst from that amazing display of skill off of the start of that round. How often do you see members of Sicario going up against anybody at the start of a round with aggression and then Sicario losing that fight? They're called the headhunters for a reason. They'll grab you so fast you don't even realize what happened. TUFG won both of their fights at the start, which was a huge help in order to push them towards that round win. Amazing job. TUFG is just, maybe they got bit by a radioactive spider and all of a sudden they have spidey senses.
I'll tell you what it did look like. I felt a little bit thrown back to being back in bed for a second there, as hiding, might as well have been called hiding sheep, with him popping his head up over the top of that E-box. I mean, similar to the counting sheep I would do in my sleep, except the difference is my sheep don't headshot me when they jump up out of scenery. Definitely closing around out there for TLG. Goes crazy as he has 2 in lane 3. This is my territory on B, he says. Nobody's coming down my lane.
Insanity.
Bomber's in a tragic place as well right now. This is a very tough spot because Goes is holding this. Furlex has got the angle.
Oh!
Hiding is going to clap Furlex. What a shot.
It's exactly how it works, ladies and gentlemen. The longer the angle is with that bolt action, the harder the shots are going to be able to hit. Hiding, last one remaining. However, the last one to get the final kill on the round previously, but this time he's the one to fall. 3-3. Back to a tie game, and TOFG, wow, they actually stand a decent chance here.
I mean, 2 more rounds. Take it into the half. 4-4 is a exceptional performance from any side into Sicario, given how strong they have been throughout the entirety of this season so far. It is only 6 rounds down. It is 1st to 9. There is a lot still to be said, and Sicario are going to get their chance to go on the assault in 2 rounds' time. That's when I'm going to make my decision after I've seen a round with the Sicario's attack versus the TOFG defense.
Oh.
This time, it's not Furlex's name on the TRG. It's going to be Zaki that's clapping one down. Mr. Krabs is no longer allowed to enter round number 7. He's going to be sitting on the bench. Furlex is going to have one from sight as nose soft peaks.
Oh
and
my!
Furlex for the reload. Insta-taps the second. He's just so sick with it. He
Let him
doesn't even want to give his body out for a return from hiding right now.
Sometimes that man could just speak for himself. His gameplay speaks for him. It's just straight entertainment. Closes the gap, however, forces himself into a left shoulder. Hiding takes full advantage of that, and he falls as Zaki and Kiyashima clean up quickly in the seconds following to grab Sicario. A nice lead forward, as maybe TOFG could be more difficult than they think coming into this Skybridge map, where, you know, it was a tough one on Bull for TOFG, but all of a sudden, socks are pulled up.
I like the B push. I'd like to see them go back B again, but just adjust to the fact that lane 3 is being well held from B2 or B3 by goes. Maybe double or triple challenge into him, or maybe not even challenge into him, fake a challenge and pick him off from distance as he peeks to the side of the train. It looks like TOFG are going to sort of think in a similar mindset. Undead's going to have an aid onto Kiyoshima. Looking towards this B site, Undead is in a great spot to cover off the rotation alongside Hiding. They're actually only stacking 3 strong that way. Goes us in lane 3 as we expected. Run out by this box. Now, how are TOFG going to deal with this issue? I'd love to see what the adaptation here is going to be. It's faking it up and rotating away. Sicario have 3 members here, Kirk, so this is not necessarily going to be faking much at all. The question is, do they leave one disciplined player to watch Ghost to stop the rotation, or are they just going to all-in commit knowing that it would be 3v5 at this point in time?
I think they kind of just stay here and hold their positions with their...
Is that double AP? It is.
Because we have the person in the rat spot to be able to relay information to the rest of his team, and that's Undead trying to punish him for that. But Furlex and it's Lukey actually the one in there, and he's just being an iron wall and not allowing anybody to get through. It's such a big spot where you can have your huge killers back in Philbo E-box area, but then have your main information relayer in that ramp position outside of VIP, because he'll get a lot more audio than the guys behind A site will. So being that that's what they did, it wasn't in any surprise that it was a quick mow down, given the fact that it was also getting low on time and TOFG had to make a move quick.
I don't think we'll see double TRG for the attacking side for Sicario. I think we will maybe see one if they're going to play B heavy, especially controlling from heaven. I would be surprised to see 2. There we go. Zaki now onto the scout class is what I expected. And I think that Sicario so far for me have understood this meta the best, where I think there's a couple of teams out there that maybe don't have a TRG player. It's not their play style, or they're still enjoying the Enforcer feel. Enforcers are definitely valuable up there, but I think a lot of teams now are favoring running 1 Enforcer, 1 Marksman, 2 Assault, 1 Scout, or some combat of something similar. Hiding Sheep gets a great first onto Lucky. That is a whole nade that deflects off of the wall. That is a mechanical, technical cook right there. Is that, Kirk?
Golf balls bounce. Don't be mistaken.
SNX doesn't bounce, though. Furlex confirms that one for us as we see science in front of our eyes as he gets folded over the top of the box.
Knows gets a free gun, though.
Yeah, yeah, true.
It's not all in vain.
Sharon's caring.
Site control is available now. There's no reason not to get this bomb down. Now the smokes are in decent positions. However, we are going to have to hope that Sicario puts a man or 2 to watch this left side. But
are they going to be the smart boost? Yes, they are. Nose is up top, but Furlex knows that audio, baby. You can't give it that slack. Oh, no. Undead's going to what? Oh, hold up.
Oh, what?
Hiding. Goes. Hiding. One of you. He's going to go around the back instead, and it's going to be Mr. Krabs! What happened? Kirk, it was the Sicario round, and then some ridiculousness, including Hiding Sheep hammering a head that popped over the top of Sandwich in a jump shot down. What on earth is that?
This is exactly the same position where we saw a difficult round and not a very optimal play yesterday from Decoded, right? We saw them make a bad play in that same position, nearly with the same amount of time on the board. TOFG are put in this position, or sorry, Sicario put in this position, where they have every opportunity to get the bomb down. Stop fighting people. Just get the bomb down. It's in the same spot we saw yesterday. What is up with this spot? Maybe it's cursing people. It's giving them a little bit of bad mojo, perhaps. But I don't know. When you can have the opportunity to get the bomb down, you do it, and you use your teammates to defend you while you do that.
I am enthused for the arena scene as a whole. This is a relatively unknown team when it comes to comp scene, all right? Not necessarily that the names are unknown. Very, familiar faces around a lot of the community, people who've played together with these people or watched any of their bits and bobs of content, the likes of Mr. Krabs is one that a fair few people know about. So, relatively undernamed team that is extremely overperforming inside of this game versus Sicario here, and that is what we love to see. The underdogs being able to not just come in and play kind of well, but to go toe-for-toe with the top dogs is brilliant.
Yeah, it's always nice to see that the underdogs can come back and put in so much work to surprise their fans and surprise everyone at home that expected a Sicario smash out, which is a little bit less surprising because you would expect that.
It's just such a wild game. This is what we tune in for as well. I love to see it because this is good, close, tight gameplay. Yeah. Nose is trying to hide in the smoke. Lukey does find Krabs, but Nose goes out of it. Kiyoshima's going to take Nose away. Now, Hiding is the last left alive in a 1v2, and I'm not as concerned because Hiding is going to find himself Kyo and then swing to site, but Zaki is the one to clean it up.
It was back and forth for a while now. 6-4 now. Sicario grabbing 2. A little bit of a breather.
I don't know whether to say this is going to... I feel like this would be the point in time now where Sicario could put 3 rounds together consecutively and just close this out. However, I don't think we're going there, I'll be honest with you, Kirk. I'm dare I say we might have an overtime?
I mean, it's kirked and cracked in the booth, so it wouldn't be a surprise to me.
True.
However, we didn't get one yesterday.
No, we didn't, but we have to pray for the... No, you're right. The prophecy of Cracked and Kirk in overtime is actually a thing that has continued on for way too long across multiple games. I'm so down for that. TOFG need 2 rounds to make it happen, so let's see them pull iron pegs first before we get any thoughts of madness. No way, no way, no way. He is Krabs, he's Krabs in the smoke, but that's goalposts, not models, baby. Straight down the middle.
Mr. Krabs playing a little bit game of Marco Polo. He ended up getting caught at the end. Just shots in the smoke based off of audio. Undead. Wow, goes the distraction. Amazing.
Like Jagger. That's crazy.
It's just chaos, ladies and gentlemen. In the smoke, it's plumed and bullets are flying through it. Get your head down because Nose and SNX are ready to take them off. Lukey, though, does shut down Nose, and that's a second one on the scoreboard. SNX and Nose were not the ones to continue to get the kills to force a big 5-6. And now Sicario are even in a bigger breathing room and 1 away from an overtime force minimum for Sicario.
That's absolutely what I like to hear. They are... that was fractions away from going TOFG's way as well. You've got to point out Lukey just focusing on that slight overextension off of site. He claims himself 2 quick kills at the end of the chaos. And you were right, Kirk. It was all just madness on top of the point. Everybody was having to deal with 3 or 4 different angles of pain and problem at the same time. Interesting spread now. Whoa, ooh, okay. Hold up, look at this.
Oh, information though, that's really good.
Oh, brother. This could go south really quickly. 2 members from Sicario go down, and that's the flank fully open. Now 3 members of Sicario fully committed to the B site. If TOFG move quickly, are going to find themselves with a great sandwich. Instead, actually, the rotation goes back to support from their spawn side. Flank is going to come in late from heaven. Flank goes down. Sicario have good positioning. Hiding is being covered off as Lukey aggressively pushes out to take space.
Look at this, Crack. We're in the exact same position we were around before.
Difference is numbers, though, right? 5 versus 3. 5 versus 4.
3 versus 2. The numbers slowly fall. Oh, Mr. Krabs runs out of ammo. I think his weapon might have jammed. It looks like he had 18 rounds in the magazine. So, no, he definitely ran out of ammo. That's what it was. So, a little bit low on the thorax.
Oh, he's
However,
just going to pressure diffuse it.
he's
This is
just
great.
gonna
This is
let him-
insane. Krebs is just going to hold, and all Krebs needs to do is to stop him. He's got 1 second left on it, and it's the pressure diffuse.
Wow.
Great team comms from TOFG, and they close it out with the numbers.
be able to hold that with full confidence with such a low thorax too is just phenomenal. It's such a confidence play, and the fact that we can see that without hesitation, and he just knows exactly what position to be in is top level, and you got to appreciate that of such a new team that is going up against the scariest team.
Great execution from the TOFG guys under pressure on the sites. Claims them another round in their favor. 7-5, holding the top table standing Titans right now to 2 rounds with the difference on Skybridge. After a great performance in game 1 that was strong for Sicario, now they are converting on that performance and pushing it even further. Even if they do go 0-2 on the day today, the round difference alone into this tougher team is a phenomenal boon for this side.
The second that smoke gives no vision and still a kill comes through, and it's unbelievable, especially with those tracers. That's very amazing to see. Zaki and Undead, the only ones to fall so far. However, SNX is hurting a little bit in the health department. Full IFAX and Stims will come out, though, to fully heal him up. Kiyoshima, the one with the actual amount of blackened health, will not be able to heal up, so it seems like TUFG might have the advantage going into this one.
Hiding Sheep actually goes out on the floor there and told Nose to get out of the way because he saw him firing at him. Kiyoshima's going to bang Nosebleed through E-Box, though. Scenery denied, not allowed to hide. Here comes Hiding, though, in response to Goes. Says, Kiyo, you're not allowed to take my shtick. Lukey's going to have SNX. Hiding gets the response, though. He is still in hiding from Kiyoshima. Does not manage to trade that one back out. Felix on the flank inside of VIP finds one. And that gives Hiding a bit of a distraction for Kiyo to capitalize on. Sicario do move to 8. And on to map and series point.
It's always interesting to see when 2 separate teams are going in a 1v1 situation, but they're on different parts of the map. So we could saw that 1v1 into VIP through like hole in the wall, and then we saw one on site, and it's like, you know, as soon as somebody wins their 1v1, they're booking it straight for their teammate to help out. It's hilarious to see, but it's also awesome teamwork, and it's unselfish plays.
Yeah,
Selfless, if you will.
Yes, absolutely. There's a great standout plays from the TOFG side. You know, honorable mention coming into Hiding, SNX and Undead out there on the top of the kill feed, but every member in their rights, including Nose and Hiding. Hold up a minute. Hold up. We're jumping. We're bouncing. The Sicario squad have got a bit of pip in the step. Out come the smokes. Standardized setup. SNX up top.
This is where Sicario need to lock it in. They're only 1 round away from a big, huge 2-0 win. But with this smokes being plumed, they actually do take advantage of it this time. They don't hesitate. They get that bomb down. 1 second left to go, and TOFG are going to get full confirmation that they need to play now. They're out of it if they don't lock it in.
Felix is going to walk up with the grenade in the hand. He's actually going to walk into too many members, though. SNX finds one. Zaki tries to follow and does trade out. Undead gets Goes. Zaki gets Nose. Things are starting to rhyme with names synchronized coincidentally as Zaki then slams Hiding with Undead following back out with a response. And a second push up into Kiyoshima is going to give TOFG a potential lifeline. But you know who it is. It's the main man himself, Lukey, in the 1v2, and Smoke's not going to stop him from claiming one. Mr. Krabs gets deleted as the bomb is in a very predictable position, planted for VIP. Now Undead taps on to try and bait. He's going to force Lukey to swing. He doesn't manage to claim the kill either way around. 7 seconds left on the clock. It's in the favor of Lukey. He's done all he needs to do to close it out. Sicario do finish an extremely tough game out with confidence, 9-5 into TOFG.
Amazing job, Sicario. Even when you're down multiple members, you still have the confidence to pull it through. You know the bomb was planted in the right spot. You know your teammates in the correct spot to defend the defuse, and all you need is audio cues, and you can just easily push them off and off and off to push that time further. Let the bomb go or get that kill is what Sicario has done here today with a huge 2-0, 3 points on the board.
almost like, I'm going to be honest with you, I got that immersed in how good that game was. At the end of the game, I went to click on my screen for the next button to get out of the lobby. Like, I was that locked into how good that was. I literally thought I was still in the client. It was absolutely great. What a phenomenal game from both sides. I don't even care about the result. I'm sure both
I agree.
Sicario and TOFG do, but I do not care about the result. That is another game that is going to go down in the history books of being an exceptionally close game, despite the scoreline. We talked about it, the 3-0 scorelines that don't really tell the truth. Yeah, that are not quite there. That 9-5 performance from the TOFG squad is above and beyond, I think, anything that we've seen into Sicario so far, short of the oil rig performance that was very, very neck and neck with them. So TOFG need to give themselves a huge pat on the back for a job well done on the day, and Sicario need to do the same, even as said. All right, we've got to talk about Sicario that up to this point maybe hadn't been tested, right, Kirk? They've not really been put through the paces that much. TOFG really did give them a run for the money here, but Sicario did not let the ball drop at the end of a couple of rounds in chaos that could have gone either way.
Yeah, and it's really surprising that TOFG are able to come through and just push themselves through headhunter rounds like it was nothing. Like, even in positions that you wouldn't expect them to win, where it's just straight up 1v1s and display of skill, where they still are able to take down the most scary members of Sicario, who just stand like an iron wall sometimes, and it's just impossible to push them over. But it's such a feat of skill that they're able to do that. So it's huge to see that brand new team come in and push Sicario to their toes and possibly off of the edge in the future. However, speaking of Sicario's double win here, well, I guess it's not a double win, it's one win, but 2 maps, 3 points. The thing that's really important about that is that the team that was right underneath them on that scoreboard was Ancestral, who was playing in the background. They lost both of their games. They got 0 points. Sicario hasn't lost a single game yet. So now that lead that Sicario has is just absolutely massive. What is going on? I don't think at any point Sicario is going to have a problem with being, that 1, 2, 3 points away from somebody where it's a big risk. It ain't going to happen.
I'm pretty sure at this point in time, okay, I mean, I can tell you for sure at this point in time, given everybody else's results, that Sicario's fate is in their own hands at worst case scenario. If they win their next game and draw the last game at this point in time, nobody can touch them for points. If they win their next 2 games, it is impossible for anybody to think about touching them in points. If they win and draw, it is still impossible for anybody to match them, given the results that other teams have already gone, where they have maybe even just dropped a map for that 1 point split instead of 3 points. Okay, so Sicario going into next weekend, at minimum, have fate in their own hands. As it stands right now, I think it's either close to or it is exactly that they can't physically be beaten to that top spot now, given that Ancestral dropped a match and 8 Sins picked up that match that they dropped. I think that actually spreads the 2 through 4 without any of them having a chance. But I'm not going to guarantee that now because I haven't got the math in front of me and we aren't going to tell you guys fibs in the chat. So we will cook that up and we'll figure that out before we go into next weekend's action. I mean, that's going to be part of the storyline of what's going to happen on the final 2 days of this season is, where everybody sits in the table and what that means for their chances as to when they can improve. That being said, we're not going to yap too much because we are going to have a little bit of a break shortly. We have got a couple of bits and bobs before we go away to the break to discuss with you guys in the chat. First of all, thank you very much for turning up and joining us today here on the Hunt Premier channel, partnered up with Battlestate Games for Season 3 of EU. Kirk, what do we like to do here? We like to bless the people, I believe.
We like to give away free stuff sometimes, but it's no big deal. I mean, we do that all the time. We're just super generous around here is really what it is. So if you're interested in the chat, there will be a keyword momentarily available to be put in. That is going to be !TRG for a many amount of Seiko TRG M10 sniper rifles that we have seen in these multiple games through the last 3 days. So put !TRG in chat for your chance to win a free standard edition arena key. And if you already have Arena and you got friends that want to play, give it to your buddy.
bring them in. That's it. Or if you're a content creator that has many people that watch you on a daily basis, and maybe one of them's interested, give it away as a key for a giveaway, something like that. Absolutely a great way to spread that love. So don't forget, chat. Whilst we're having that small intermission, all right, get your snipers lined up. Okay, exclamation mark TRG. See if you can headshot that HPL prize for the arena code whilst we're getting refreshed. And I believe, Kirk, that is all said and done for game 1, but we're going to be coming back for game 2 in a few.
Game 2 in a few is going to be Pandaric versus TFG and Decoded versus Oil Rig off stream. So if you're a big fan of either of those teams, make sure you lock it in. Hit the bathroom now. Go grab your snacks because it's going to be an explosive one. Come back soon to HPL number 3. We'll see you soon.
Мы на месте. Работаем.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to day 3 of the HPL EU Season 3. I'm Cracked Wisdom, joined in the booth today by Kirk on the Lurk, ready to bring you this insane action. Looking forward to our second game of the day, which is going to bring us 2 brand new faces for today's screened gameplay. Show whether which one of these two is going to take home the tie after an absolute blockbuster, I think, in game number 1, Kirk.
Yeah, an awesome show for everyone to see on the first 2 games of the day, and also Ancestral and 8sins going on in the background with that first one for a 2-0 win for 8sins. But right now we do have Panderic versus TFG. This is a different thumb, however, different color thumb. It's the exact same thumb, but it's just a different color. So this is not the same lineup. TOFG are those other friendly guys. TFG are those friendly guys. So it's a slightly different, completely different roster, different structure, however you want to call it. It's a different team. So we're going to be seeing them face Panderic right now, which if you're a Panderic fan, unfortunately, you would have missed them yesterday because they do not get to play on stream. However, the first day, we did see them twice, but for today, we will only be seeing them this one time. If you're a TOFG fan and you missed the first game, we will be seeing them again coming after this set of games. So the last 2 games of the day will be Decoded versus TOFG, and then Ancestral versus Sicario going on in the background, which that is going to be an explosive game, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's take a quick look at that schedule. Let's have a look for the guys at home, just quickly refresh their minds, shall we say, as to what we've got and what we've had. So, as mentioned, that Sicario versus the OFG side that started us off for the day was screened and showed us an exceptionally close game between the top of the table and that newer squad in the OFG side that's come in this season. Our next set of matches coming up following that are going to be Decoded playing Oil Rig off screen after we did see that success from 8sins going 2-0 into Ancestral side by side with that Sicario match for the first of the day. Whilst Decoded and Oil Rig are playing off screen, we give you those updates in the chat throughout. We are going to be joining the Panderic versus TFG matchup, and we talked a little bit about this earlier, didn't we, Kirk? We spoiled this versus where these 3 teams will settle. We didn't actually consider into that equation their performance versus the Sicario squad because we had all but considered that one to be maybe too tough a task to ask for such a fresh squad. Now, OFG doing a great job into Sicario, we might have to reassess our opinions and figure out whether it's Panderic versus TFG that are actually really fighting for their placement, with the other friendly guys sitting comfortably ahead of the 2 of them at this moment in time.
Yeah, excellent point. OFG surpassing their limits, in fact, perhaps going to Super Saiyan 2 already, not even going to the first one, just going absolutely crazy, putting a huge fight against Sicario. But, however, I think this next match coming up right now is so important because, wow, these are the last place teams fighting against each other. Whoever loses this, they're going to be in a really tough spot that I don't think they're going to be able to dig themselves out of.
I mean, it's on one of these 2 teams to take their best step forward, right? After yesterday's matches, it's going to be really interesting to see this head-to-head matchup between the Panderic and the TFG squad. So, rather than guessing, let's take a look at the head-to-head. Let's have a little nosy at what we have stacked up for ourselves between these 2 teams. First of all, the Panderic roster, the Pandas coming in strong and proud, starting up with a lineup of Gore, Denny, Duxus, Svedas, and Snorlax, in addition to Wraith backing them up from the sidelines. Flip side of that, we've got the TFG squad, and Kirk, do you want to introduce us to the TFG players?
Yeah, it's going to be Call Me Joe Stripey, who we have previously mentioned as the mascot of the TFG roster. He's been around for a long time, and he puts himself as a awesome face to be able to represent the team with. Alex coming up next, and then Maddox, Scotty, Smoke, and Sigma Wolf for the 2 substitutes at the end right there. First, we're going to be going to Bowl, which is the exact same map that we have seen in the first set of games. And then second, however, we are going to be going to Fort, which is a team, a place that we've seen TFG before. It's not uncommon for them to go there, which is fine, right? We expect them to do their standard strategies there, and they actually do perform pretty well historically on Fort, regardless of who they play against. You might not always win, but that doesn't mean you put up a good fight and you showed a high display of skill.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Pandas are going to be looking to revitalize the mentality of the squad after yesterday. A little bit of brutal casting pinned some unfortunate gameplay in a rather rough light. A fond shout out to Snorlax, who is stepping into this Pandemic roster as one of the newer members yesterday that fell prey to a little bit of the enforcer issue where your ammo does not quite do the damage it needs to. Quote Blue Aim Labs is free. A little bit of a rough one on the Snorlax side of things. So the Pandas will be looking forward to swing back with strength. And I'm going to tell you now, I've played alongside Snorlax a fair few times. This man is not somebody that you want to give a millimeter to. He is a demon in the arena. He is definitely an unsung hero with a lot of skill to attest to. But it's one of those things, Kirk, underneath the pressure of the gameplay, even the tallest of Titans will fall if the knees buckle under the pressure.
Yeah, absolutely is key to get yourselves in there and fight to the very end, because God knows that you only need these 3 points here, both of these teams. So they're going to be fighting to their heart's content, and it's going to further solidify exactly how they're going to end up near the end of the tournament, because at the end of day 3, it's a pretty decent prediction afterwards. However, speaking of finishing things off, the giveaway has been finished. So if you're in chat right now and you entered the giveaway, make sure you pay attention. It is at Cub FPS. Cub
Wait.
FPS. C-U-B.
Cub.
That name
Cub.
sounds so familiar.
Cub, get in the chat. You want an arena key? Hold on. Good job, Cub. Cub is another fond, familiar face in the arena scene, folks. For those of you that might not be aware, Cub is one of the people you might run into in your ranked queues on the evening, all right? And she is another female player that you definitely want to watch out for, all right? You do not want to be on the receiving end of Cub ready to rough and tough you up, because if she's had a rough day, well, the arena scene gets just that little bit scarier. I'll say, okay, congratulations to Cub FPS, all right, for picking up that arena key. Get into the Discord, create yourself a ticket, Cub, and let us know that you're ready to claim your arena key as prize. Maybe we'll see a Cub FPS Smurf in the future. Maybe. Never know. Terrorizing the D+ ranks in there, which Cub is definitely not a D+ ranked player, by the way, folks. A very talented gamer right there. What do you reckon, Kirk? Talk to me. It's TFG, it's Panderic. You've got Colby, Joe, Stripey, Alex, Maddox, and Scotty, who in their last performance too, let's not forget, versus 8 Sins, they took a map off of them. We got to see the second map on screen that also looked, what?
That's right.
Convincing to strong. I wouldn't say it was as strong as the TOFG performance into Sicario, but it definitely had us asking questions whether it was going to be a walkover from the 8 Sins squad, right?
Yeah, and that was on Bowl, too, is where TFG took that win against 8 Sins, which is so surprising, and considering that the members of 8 Sins have such a history there on that map. So I think, it's more than winnable here for TFG, who have yet to, have any more experience than Panderic. If I'm not mistaken, they've been here just the same amount of time. So you can't really give them sort of a, a seniority rules type of thing where you can expect them to get more rounds or more wins. So I don't know, if TFG can take down a team like 8 Sins, it is definitely possible they can take down Panderic. Of course, in fact, I don't want to diss anybody here, but you know how it goes. 8 Sins, however, are a team that is a little bit brand new when it comes to the roster changes. 3 of them, they do know each other. They've been working together for a long time. 2 of them are new. I know that the backups were part of the main EPA roster as well, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe that could have been the reason why TFG were able to take out such a high prestigious team like 8 Sins. Because maybe they weren't fully there, they weren't fully locked in with that communication or whatever it may be that it may have faulted 8 Sins there. So it's still an achievement in itself, and I wouldn't count them out for that just yet. But TFG also went 1 against Ancestral on day 2. So that's definitely something for a team that has been playing so well.
Something, and this is going to be sort of the weirdest smooth segue, so follow me on the journey for a second, chat, because there is a lot of relevance to this, and we'll get there when we get there, all right? But the one thing I will talk about, the TOFG and the TFG squad comes from an environment around them where it's building teams that are putting up competitive performances, okay? Panderic are a squad out there as an esports brand that's also looking to produce a similar thing. I know that Panderic have got a lot of opportunities in the future on their mind, shall we say, and not trying to necessarily self-promote anything too much here, but there is a reason for following this. So like I said, go down this with me. So I have recently started a podcast, with which after one episode, Pandemic Esports have reached out and would like to sponsor. There is a little something coming on this week's podcast where we will be speaking to Pandemic and a member from the NA team to discuss something brand new that is very relevant to the competitive scene going forward. If you are in the chat and you are part of a team that is not at the pro level right now, but is looking at maybe what might be on the horizon in the future for trying to progress to that level, I would highly keep your eye out on the socials with stuff that's going on in Hunt Premier and Pandemic and what's to come in the future. All I'm going to say. 7:30 UK time Wednesday, you want to be paying attention to that if you're trying to get involved in competitive arena.
Yeah, definitely going to be an excellent show. It's always nice to get a little bit of extra information, especially when, it's hard to contact some of these teams sometimes. So the fact that a lot of them are willing to come and speak on a podcast and give us some extra insight on exactly how they play. Sometimes the gameplay doesn't speak for itself because, those new players might be a little bit confused at exactly what they're looking at. So maybe the, verbal confirmation and explanations from players and teams could give you a lot more insight onto something like that.
It's not just that, and you've got to give a shout out here to the Hunt Premier for what it's doing in the esports scene when it comes to Tarkov Arena as a whole. All of these different esports organizations or groups of people that are trying to come together to create tournaments, even people like myself and other content creators out there that are trying to build content around keeping this scene growing, it's off of that first foot forward that the Hunt Premier has taken in being the leading flagship in putting Arena out there on the map. So, you cannot thank Hunt enough for being the first in the scene to really go that far and take it seriously and really put this level of quality out in the production. And I am just genuinely grateful to be able to work alongside them in doing it. So, ladies and gentlemen, game 2 of the day, map number 1, Ball, Pandemic taking on TFG.
And instantly you can already see that TFG's defensive lineup here on the A site is a mile long difference between the OFG defensive lineup, where they're taking more offensive roles, and as you do that, of course, you will be more susceptible to grenades, which is provided by our good friend Duck's Ease on the side of Pandemic.
Yeah, the Pandemic squad are going to find themselves a member up as it's Sigma Wolf that's paid the price early on in this game. We did mention yesterday, Kirk, if you remember, Sigma doing a really good job in the game. We got to see on screen stepping up as one of those players that's not necessarily always on the starting roster. They're currently listed as one of the substitute players in the pre-game screen, but they've been performing and showing that they're absolutely up to the task, which is great to see.
As we still continue to hold very similar angles, you can only expect an execution at any moment now. However, it's all up to Call Me Joe, who is actually in such a good pixel peek. Denny is still able to laser down on his position, and a massive kill is brought out to get an even easier execution on a site because nobody else was ready.
I'm actually insanely impressed at how slow and tempo... Oh, never mind. Hold up. Stripey deletes the sleeping lion on site. Wait a minute. 1v2. Snorlax is up on top. Spedass is going to peek at the right time, though. Good timing from Spedass as he hears the pen come out from Stripey.
Sometimes you can just instantly tell by how somebody moves, how accurate their flicks are, how accurate their crosshair are. You can just tell that they're already a good player without even seeing them play. And I think, regardless at the end there, this TFG lineup is obviously prepared, and they're ready to fight till the very end.
There we go. Round number 2. Pandemic find themselves 1-0 up in the lead. A full team wipe from the Pandemic squad as every member gets one part of the piece of the action. 3 members from Pandemic are looking to push this elbow. Scotty is underneath. We saw him doing very well from here today. Oh, Snorlax, however, is in for the first, and the Pandas have sharpened that bamboo blade. No entry frags for the TFG defending member on yellow van. Snorlax swings strong and true. Spedass for the second as Sigma Wolf goes down.
Snorlax getting his first one. of the round. Minute 5 left on the clock, but Snorlax, we can see the type of weapon he's using. His choice of firearm is quite a large rifle, that 100-round beta mag, which is such a common pickup from now on going forward, given that the ergonomics are a huge plus. First member to Pandaric to fall, though. The hands of Call Me Joe. First kill of the game and the round for him, and Snorlax rounds the corner with a quick, easy kill. Plenty of rounds left to continue to shoot if he missed. Cracked, how often do you see two teams like these go up against each other? Because in my opinion, both of these teams are more defense than offense, regardless of what side they're on. They favor heavy defensive positions, and they don't get too aggressive ever.
It's an interesting perspective. I think the meta as a whole, with the way that smokes are, has developed that a slower pace on the defensive side or a more reserved defending position seems more success for teams going forward. We saw it in the Sicario TOFG game that the further back the defending team played, the more successful they were at being able to weather approaches to site. But you go to the offensive side, and it's more about execution rather than it is pace. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yes.
Like if they're in sync on the swings together, if the battle buddy system is tight, if they play the information well and use the utility well, it's all about that attacking side's execution. That's why we have that conversation before the game where we say, well, it's in the attacking side's favor because realistically the power is in their hands. It's how they play going forward, and then sometimes whether they're outreacted.
Wow, quick swing around the corners. No hesitation at all. He knows that a reload's going to come in at some time. That's a strategy that I like to pick up a lot, is when I know a large volume of bullets has been fired, I just take my chances at a full sprint around the corner, hopefully catching somebody in a reload, and usually 70% of the time, I'm correct.
Denny up
Downtown
top,
by Denny, holy.
It's full access. They didn't just get one for a second, Kirk. We thought we were just going to see the single picked off, but it's 1, 2, 3 from the Pandas, 1 from the TFG squad in response. But speaking of ones, it's Scotty, and he's got himself 4 big issues to have to deal with. Oh, look where he's coming from as well. This is Spawn. This is nightmare fuel scenario. There's a smoke over split. Headshot is exposed, so he's going to get caught on the close angle by Denny. Scotty is going to take out Snorlax from the B side, though. 1 of 4 problems taken down. First for free. Where's the next? Scotty on the right. Denny's not going to give him any thoughts of a second chance, and the headshot comes through. Pandaric take a convincing 3-0 lead.
I gotta say, that was actually a really impressive execute there, and it's no surprise at all that it was, of course, after you mentioned that executes are a lot more important than exactly, the timing or whatever it may be, because of the new utility that's been introduced. So the fact that you're able to just say that and then we see it live happen is pretty crazy, because that Pandaric lineup, I haven't seen an execute like that probably this whole tournament that was that impressive.
Got a shout out to the new coach for the Pandaric squad. I know It's Max has jumped on board and is helping coaching both of the sides and is doing a great job in working on the mindset and making sure that they've got that aggressive mentality built into the gameplay. So, obviously, like I said, the Pandaric team have put a lot of work in the background into helping develop these players and push them to the limits. But speaking of limits, Duxis is slowly getting closer and closer to the limit of his life as both Call Me Joe and Sigma are fishing, but thankfully support from the right-hand side near 90 saves him, gets him up. He takes the aggressive approach, and there goes Joe and Sigma Wolf.
Two members of TFG linking up currently, as the other one is still putting his effort onto the B site, which not the worst idea, of course. Rotates are inevitable at any time. Device does go down. That is confirmation. So all 3 TFG members have the opportunity here to work together. However, there is 3 lanes that they could all cover separately if they wish.
Scotty's not going to win the challenge on tower lane as Gore is really deep here. It's post-plant. Pandaric have taken as much space as they can. Dux is on site, is going to find one, but Stripey does kill the Sleeping Lion. And is now a Sleeping Tiger. Svedas finishes that out. 3 members left on Pandaric alive. And 3 pandas is greater than 1 tiger, it seems, for the time being. That one being proven out twice now. And no confusion in our minds as to whether, in the numbers scenario, Panderic can close out the back end of the round. And this is something that's seen improvement as well, Kirk. Previous criticisms of this Panderic squad is getting good initial points of contact and then losing numbers scenarios, not being able to close out easy rounds. So good to see that that has been improved upon as well. 4-0, a flawless lead so far on the scoreline overall.
Bull is Panderic's map pick, ladies and gentlemen, so we could expect a more favored performance here. However, if I have to be completely honest, I think I expected TFG to at least have 1 round by now. Side swap could be the difference maker here for this game. Shots ring out. Ambulance position is always somewhere that somebody is. You never expect to look there and nobody's there. Duck Ease is the name, ladies and gentlemen, and do not wear it out, because when those nades fly down, it is game over. 2 massive kills onto the TFG lineup, who, when we thought they might finally get their first round win, Panderic continues to push forward onto that A site, and one by one, the TFG team fall. Vetus, the first one to go. Denny and Duxies fall at the hands of Stripey. It's an even 3 for 3. And as I keep talking, 2 more left for Panderic. Stripey, full health, 20 bullets. You need to do something now. You have the kills and you have the experience, Stripey. This is it.
I feel like Stripey gets goal for free here as a slow rotation onto point. Snorlax has made a good play. He's going to pick that bomb up, and they might even look to go around the B site if I know Snorlax. Nope, planting on site with security. He's got the second there. He's going to see the arm stripe. He's going to try his best to do enough damage to take him out. He's not going to deny that plant. Device down. Panderic members are choosing to stay on site. Stripey's going to look to try and isolate Gore on the angle from Gen. Now with full cover, the Pandas are playing very smart. Double swing, and Gore claims the kill onto Stripey. Look at the closeout. Look at how consistent it is, Kirk.
It's actually insane that we can see Panderic perform like this. They're so
clean.
That word is on the tip of my tongue. They're so coordinated together. And it's like they've done this a million times and they're so used to it. But why does that correlate to a last place spot on the leaderboard? I don't get it.
Always improving. Sometimes it can take 24 hours worth of understanding a problem, and once you do finally crack the code of that, metaphorical brick wall that's holding you in place and you break through, it sees leaps and bounds of success. So they're doing a good job, honestly. And see what you did there at the beginning of the round, the last one there, removing the X's from Duxies because of the amount of kills he got. That double deluxe with the nade. Duck XXEs. Absolutely. And a nice little grenade double. This time around, somebody's crying about it on the floor to the side of Stripey. Not sure whether that was Maddox or Call Me Joe that's currently lying there egregiously in pain after dying. But somebody's not happy about it. Sigma Wolf holding Hop up. This is an interesting one. Sigma's called Stripey back to the rotation, so I think they're aware that the bomb and a creeper is actually down this tower lane towards Gen. Lovely little swap from the spectator. We get to sit on board with this little snail trail that's coming down the right-hand side. Denny is fishing alongside a Gore for some kills on the other way. Scotty pays the price. Gore finds Stripey, and that's going to be the full sell. They should have access to do whatever they want now. There's only one problem left alive, and that is Sigma Wolf.
Yeah, and you make the rotate here, obviously, because you have no idea on the last member's location. So there is zero reason at all for you to ever go for A when you know that it's, 80% safe. B is 100% safe. You take that, and you take it fast, because why would you ever risk something so, important at this point?
And look at Duxie's already pushing the aggressive rotation to try and stop Sigma Wolf on that flank rotate. Looking towards the nose of Sigma, knows that Duxis is currently right now jumping over the top of those blue containers to try and find the shots. Sigma going to check back towards that ambo. The bomb has been planted. And now Sigma is going to give himself enough space to rotate, so not going to take that challenge, not getting too caught up in the tunnel for the 1v1. Instead, he's going to run on into the line of sight for Gore. That's going to be all said and done for in round 6. Panderic moved to a 6-0 lead versus TFG.
I mean, have you ever witnessed a Panderic, 9-0 shutout?
Did they not put a 9-0 yesterday into Decoded that went back to back? Was that not what that was? I think we saw off screen. I can't remember off the top of my head now, but I'm sure they had a really convincing game yesterday as well that was well received.
Yeah, that would have been the last game of the day, either on Bay 5 or Fort, which is very surprising, but I would love to know that for sure. Anyway, hopping straight back into it is Panderic, who have yet to lose a single round yet. TFG fighting their hardest to get themselves there on the board. Maddox, one of the first members to fall, who still hasn't found a single kill on the board yet. And Call Me Joe soon to follow up is him. Sigma Wolves even taking more damage. And Scotty also, like, this TFG lineup is slowly getting whittled away as still so much time is left on the clock with a bomb available to be put down. Sigma Wolf has had enough of the slow games, and he pushes straight out, grabs one, unfortunately, does get traded back out. Stripey knows what he needs to do in this situation. Too many members left. One bomb is coming, and it's all up to him to defend it.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether they're those friendly guys or those frustrated guys right now, because things are definitely not going their way. Stripey and Scotty, the last two S's left alive. And there might as well be, for any of you League fans out there, SS for missing, because at this moment in time, there is not a point on the board from this TFG squad, and it is feeling rough. Scotty is going to push up to this curtain angle. Stripey is going to have a pincer with him if they're able to make some magic start to happen. It is a 2v2, but it's versus Denny. And Gore, who has died once the whole game. Oh, never mind. Oh, talk about dying for a second time. Scotty slams, Stripey matches.
Look at him, he's clipping it.
Synchronicity.
Look at him, he just stopped moving, he's clipping it. You know he's at his, like NVIDIA broadcast or whatever, just like getting that clip. He's like, oh, that was a clean kill.
That was dirty, honestly. TFG might have heard us. They're on the board, Kirk. 6-1.
It's exactly what we need to see out of them. They have yet to play poorly in the tournament so far.
I was going to say how well Gore was playing 9-2, but, well, he was 9-1 before that, Kirk. Not anymore.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's going to happen at some point. You know, you can't win them all.
Say
Take
that,
those L's and you run away with them and you gain extra information and you can use next time.
So talk to me about the scoreline, because look at the scoreboard on the Panderic side. 9-2 from Gore, but 6-3 Sveda, 6-3 Denny, 6-4 Snurlax, 6-5 Duxies. Everybody pulling their weight. Oh, speaking of weight,
there we go.
Feeling a bit heavy and steady. 2-piece from the 90 gets himself a chicken nugget triple with Sigma Wolf to pack the third. Maddox finds himself a fourth, and this TFG squad has suddenly come alive. Svedas is feeling suffocated. The single soul soldier left alone alive with the bomb on his back, and Sigma Wolf in front of him to have to deal with first. It's not going to be anything other than death. Sigma Wolf slams the door shut, and Panderic get absolutely flattened in the last round of their attacking half.
Yeah. Somebody did something on that TFG. I think a stern pep talk was given.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, that changes the pace of the TFG lineup, who are now forced to switch sides once they finally locked it in, which is unfortunate, but, you know, maybe they're a little bit more warmed up now, so they'll be able to lock in even quicker on this side, and hopefully we can get to see them push Panderic more to their limits here, and most exciting
Can I be honest?
Game will
the best,
follow.
The most enjoyable thing so far right now to watch, not only in the gameplay, don't get me wrong, the gameplay is top tier today, but the reaction in chat that is riding this roller coaster of back and forth rounds is absolutely chronic. It is so good. People in chat are gasping more than people sat there walking up and down just, I don't know, the red light district in amazement. It's wild. People are just back and forth, so on board for how crazy the games have been today, and absolutely rightly so. There have been some absolute bangers in games that we did not expect to be this close, or this, I guess, adrenaline-filled in the sense when we're getting to the Panderic versus TFG game.
Yeah, I think another thing to add is that Panderic and TFG are probably the two most widely represented teams by the fans, right? They have a lot of teams have a lot of fans, but, you know, to publicly represent them and be supportive of them publicly, Panderic and TFG are definitely the top two ones when it comes to that.
Oh, Joe's almost caught with a nade in his hands by Snurlax on a good rotation. Scotty's going to have his back, though, as Snurlax comes back into the position by Yellow Van and doesn't realise that Scotty's already got the angle. Smoke on Curtain is good to defuse the two TFG members looking there, but the bomb's not nowhere in sight to be seen. Call Me Joe off down towards that yellow van. Success is going to find Maddox and Scotty and team up for a B-site approach.
Whoa.
Up top says Duxie. Says deletion is the tall order of the day, but that's the first being folded down. Maddox also going to be responded to by Scotty, though, as Gore gets taken out.
Everything slows down. Bomb in a difficult position, though. Whoa, there it is, Scotty. Hello, there's no other place he could be, and you knew it. Insanity. Duxie's putting himself on the board himself, and Denny is also slowly trying to get a little bit of pressure here as they push towards Sigma Wolf. 2v1 situation, and as a pre-fire falls, it's going to be Sigma Wolf with one. Duxie's grabbing one for the refrag, and Scotty in an instant peek around the corner, both with low health, and Duxie's is going to be the winner of that one. The bomb will be defused, and wow, another big win for the Panderic side.
Donks on the point as Duxus stomps his authority down in the 1v1. Scotty, another player that's been looking to be so strong in repelling that assault. Put down this time by Duxus. Scotty having 3 in that round. Duxus goes one further and finds himself 4 kills, one short of the ace. Panderic push out their 7th at 7 and 2. The gap extended to 5. And TFG need to start putting consecutive rounds together now. They're going to have a chance of pulling it back.
Duxie's waddling his way through the TFG lineup. The highest kill count on the board for his team right now, 10. Closely followed up by Gore with 9. 11 for Scotty, though, on the side of TFG. Very impressive. Relax in a big power position right here to stop multiple different angles of attack to the B site. All alone. They might know it because they're slowly converging on his position. And you can see the double portable is being converged on. One going up top for extra information.
Makes me feel a little bit like I'm watching professional ice hockey. And the mighty Duxies, yeah, the mighty Duxies ready to swing strong. Trying to put that puck past the goalie. Well, we'll see. Bombs on the back of Call Me Joe this time. They're not attacking, they're trying to defend. I'm hoping he's playing the goalkeeper this time rather than the goal scorer, but as we watch, both Jen and Headshot is currently having a conversation with Denny whilst he looks at them. I guess a bit of comms coming through. Sigma Wolf is trying to probe that angle. Stripey up top mid, looking for something out of the long lane towards Jen.
1 for 1. Not bad. Snurlax, though, finally putting in some work on that B site. It was only a matter of time before they converged on his position. Swings around the corner, and Call Me Joe almost caps his teammate, but it's all right. And oh, right in the middle, Call Me Joe just witnessed a decimation of his teammate. He's not happy, and look at that, just like Rambo, holding down that trigger finger till it's over.
Almost going to be planted. Call Me Joe's going to get that one off. Not sure how aware he is of Svedas. Got to expect somebody's going to be close by. Does only have 33 bullets left in the magazine. Svedas. He's going to put it to a close angle. Fakes. Actually gets a good pre-fire response from Call Me Joe as he takes authority of the pixel distance. Now he's going to move up to top apps and reinforce. Stripey has the one side. Joe the other. Duxus is going to have to pull off a real Mighty Duck performance here if he's going to claim this. Nah, go on. There's no way he's going to fake that one off. Joe checks it. Confirms he's off the bomb. Doesn't need to fight it. 15 seconds and Duxus is going to push. Joe's not even going to give him the chance. Runs away. Kites him into Stripey. And that's a good round closed out by the friendly guys.
That may have been a little bit closer than you think it'd be, because Call Me Joe only had 10 bullets left in that HK. So the fact that that shoots so fast, he could have ran out of bullets and gave himself up as an easy kill while forcing another 1v1. And you know, that could have swayed Panderic there if they weren't too careful. But played the time instead of playing for the kill. Excellent job, TFG. Well deserved of that one.
Gap close to 4. Still trying to figure out which one of the members wants to grab the grenade off the floor by the side of spawn. Now, if he has a smoke in hand, that one's going to go out towards Generator. We'll see whether they can fully commit to this A push, or whether this is a a fishing escapade to see if they can find a pick or two before rotating out.
Look at this, the defensive side, the TFG, the TFG flank watch right now in that position. That's like, when I think of somebody sitting there all the way back by like the nose of the helicopter, I just think of like Blitzer Girl. Like that's like the spot that that's like her spot. And the fact that, you know, they can recognize that and realize how powerful it is and utilize it themselves, it shows how much of an influential player she can be.
Yeah, it's a good one to hold off. Got that nose rotation, a couple of different angles you can be challenged from. 90 top apps or close on the nose. See, Panderic have matched a similar sense, though. They were relatively spread towards even 2-1-2. Now, Info coming in, they've shifted their strength towards this A site. There is still a player quite deep in split towards B. You can see the two models over there moving about, just almost having a conversation. Do we move to rotate to the flank, or is it worth just reinforcing from split? Conversation goes down that they're going to stay where they are. Denny finds the first as Joe tries for entry. Bomb goes down on site with members stood on top of it. Svedas and Toweling it challenges, does not get taken out by Stripey. Converts. The try transfer towards site. Denny's head is tucked down. Good discipline out of Panderic. Nobody loses their life on that first initial push. Now, TFG on the reset. Denny's going to again repel immediately from sight. First point of contact, swinging true for the Pandas. Snurlax has that bamboo to defend on the rotation from B, and Svedas closes it out.
Now, it may look like the bomb is planted, but it's actually just, you know, on site, not planted, because somebody died there. So, unfortunately, that's going to force Panderic to, you know, have to play just time here, and there's no reason to get any aggressive and lose any teammates for no reason. So, it is tough that that bomb had to go down at such a bad spot, but once it goes down, there's really nothing you can do, because instant rotates will come out, and you're going to get converged on at any point.
Yep, the initial entrance onto site didn't work. Joe goes down, bomb's in a rough place. They try to send the man up to top med so that they can pick off site, as top med is a very strong angle down onto that site challenge there, but that one also doesn't go the way of TFG, and then the ensuing chaos sees everybody but that last member alive being put on the ground, and Panderic have nothing else but to do, like you say, than just watch the time go down, as the pressure is absolutely relieved. Now, that point, Scotty and Maddox are going to pick up one apiece early on. 2 towards the B site. It's going to give them a better chance at getting the bomb planted this round than the previous.
The
Benny line
downtown
thrown on
shots.
B-plat gets...
What?
What?
A mag dump MCX into a returning fire, 1 or 2 shots from the SP6, and that's all it took. But another phenomenal double kill by Duxies, who have yet again have proven me wrong to say that this is somebody that you don't want to mess with. Back-to-back double kills multiple times this game, especially on that huge grenade kill. Speaking of that, we're going to see Call Me Joe with the underhand V40. Is anybody going to answer this phone?
Kind of dead in between the two players outside there. A short one would have caught the guy tucked up. A long one would have gotten the guy over by the boxes. That one lands square in between Svedas and Duxus. Sigma's got a good rotation, spots Duxus. Svedas is covering off, though. The Panda's ready to defend. Scotty does pick up the trade. Joe has gone all the way back to the A site and he's going to get a good plant down, though. The good rotation out of TFG is going to find space for it. And he's going to have tempo on the challenge from Split. Oh, he gets out the angle. Duxus is there. Joe's going to try and take him out. Duxus goes prone. Joe spots him getting up. Doesn't land the headshot.
Good cleanup from Scotty to come in and support his teammate. TFG coming back a little bit here, but minimum overtime has been forced by Panderic, of course, with that 8th round win. Anyone not familiar, anyone brand new around here, and you are a Tarkov Arena player, these professional matches are 1st to 9 instead of 1st to 7, like your standard Blast Gang game in regular solo queue. So, just confused on why we're on 8 wins for Panderic right now. That is why.
Absolutely. 8 rounds aside before you swap sides. Going from attacking to defending. Overtime at 8 and 8. Has to be a 2 clear round victory, with the first round total to 9 being required for success. And you go into overtime shenanigans from there, but we'll talk about that later. Scotty's got gore. It's only the first, and 1:30 still left on the clock. Snurlax has a response as Scotty goes down. Enforcer versus Enforcer, as Joe is slightly thicker this time. Better shots from Joe put Snurlax in the ground.
Another long-range attempt with an MCX doesn't connect. TFG 1 man up currently as the time ticks down to a minute.
good nade.
And
That's a
5
great-
seconds.
Oh, it bounces off the wrong way. It comes off the wood and drops in front of Headshot instead of clearing it. That's crucial, because now Svedas has control of point, Kirk.
They're just kind of walking on like they own the place.
Sigma's done a really good job of pressuring Svedas off that Headshot to get the bomb planted there, actually. That's good backup from Battle Buddy system.
The V40 is still available, no? Oh, but it was actually thrown way too far.
Smoke comes
Smokes,
out
yeah,
from
perfect.
Split. Two swinging. Where's Maddox?
Oh,
Oh, never mind.
no.
Doesn't matter. Oh, my word.
3 members of TFG each getting their own piece of the pie, finishing off another big round win to continue to push this game to an overtime if they choose to continue fighting like they are, which is, wow. I mean, they were down 7-2 at one point, if I'm not mistaken. Now look at this, 8-5. The dream is still alive.
Yeah, Panderic said, can we come onto site, please, sir? TFG said, denied. Nope. 3-round separation, Kirk. It got closer. The bomb is going back towards the B site. I'm going to be honest, I've liked TFG when Scotty has gotten himself some space by the entry frags really early on into the round. I feel like the further the time ticks down, the better this Panderic squad settles in being able to get the picks. And look at the adjustment by Panderic, Kirk. Look at that line of scrimmage. You want to talk about defensive? We'd have to extend the map for them to go further back.
Yeah,
Are they
that's
gonna
very
give Sight
defensive.
Are they going to give Sight and retake, or are they going to play into the picks?
It's probably just going to be a B, because at this point, you got to realize that you've gained enough information to make a pretty decent guess where a majority of the players are going to be, but Snorlax is instantly going to stop the dreams of TFG of continuing to push this game through an overtime, because it's still 5 members remaining of Panderic who have single-handedly chopped the roster of TFG down. They've opened their thumb and said, take this L, and put them in their place on Bull.
9-5. The final score from Bowl there. The MVP, 14 kills and 7 headshots at Aduxis. A great performance. GG's to both teams, but this is only one of 2 matches that we've got in this one today for you in store. The first map being played out on Bowl. We're going to get to see our second very, very shortly. So, Kirk, let's break down the action. Let's talk a little bit about what we saw in game number 1, where the Pandas were strong, where the Pandas were weak, and where the TFG squad said there is no speak for what the Pandas have involved in this. Say we are just going to take authority with our own weapons and put the Pandas down, because there is a lot of shift in the momentum throughout that one.
Yeah, I think straight off the bat, once the Pandas were on defense, it was like they were in the most comfortable position they've yet to be in through any game. It looked like it was a full confidence sweep to, you know, possibly even 9-0 that game. It was so coordinated. They had every strat lined up, and they executed it with absolute perfection. Now, in the last 2 rounds before that side swap is when TFG decided to lock it in. Whatever happened in the background that we didn't see, something changed, and they got a quick 2 rounds to push it forward. However, when the side swapped, it was a completely different game. Panderic, they still had their strategies and their skills. However, they were still struggling slightly, not as much, way more than exactly how it was on the defense. So, you know, maybe they're just more a defensive team, as I kind of stated earlier in the start, where I believe both of these teams are more defensive. And of course, you know, defense will, you know, favor the person that's actually, or the team that's actually on defense rather than attack.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to necessarily do down the top frag performance out of Duxus as the MVP in that one, but it wasn't necessarily a Duxus star standout performance that carried the game for the Pandas. Actually, I think in equal efforts, the 14, 11, 11, and 10 kills from the top 4 members out of the Pandas, and how they worked together on executing both post-plant and pre-plant execution onto the A and B site in that map was what played out into strength for them. There was a couple of good double kills from Duxus that cemented parts of those rounds, that was enabling that success. But in an equal effort, you had Denny damage for doubles, you had the double kill grenade that was in the hands of Duxus, you had Snorlax, who today showed a much stronger performance than what we saw in yesterday's first showing, which is delightful to see, honestly. Snorlax was taking authority of that yellow band position multiple times, we drew onto his perspective for a nice double kill to stop the TFG squad pushing through. That said, Scotty is absolutely cooking for TFG right now in every game we've seen of him. And the one thing that did shut Snorlax down was when TFG took control of that 90 push by letting Scotty lead in there first and get that first frag. Quieter game from Stripey, and quieter game from Call Me Joe, other than a good win into the Enforcer versus Enforcer duel when coming up against Snorlax in that matchup there. Sees probably the weaker side to the TFG squad. I'll be honest with you, the one shocker for me overall was for how long that Maddox sat on 0 kills for. Maddox is definitely not a player that is lacking in any form of skill or gunplay, but to be 0 and 7 is a chronic miscalculation of that player's skill in my mind. So that is something that definitely would need to be looked at, to be addressed, to be able to look for more strength. I am aware that the TFG roster as a whole does not favor Bowl as a map, Kirk. I think they would arguably say it's their least favorite map. So it is very, very smart to me that they end up being taken there for not their map pick. That being said, does the map pick have 4 rounds worth of difference in it for the TFG squad, right? Is that the difference between 9-5 and a 9-7 flip the other way? Thoughts?
I mean, it could be like a, not a necessarily pick against TFG because Pandaric knows that it may not be their favorite map. It could just be, Pandaric just pick it because it's the one they perform the best on. Really, it's at one point you got to figure, do we pick this map because we like it and we do good on it, or is it because the enemies hate it and they do bad on it, right? But if they both line up, like, that's the most perfect match made in heaven, right? Like, could you imagine we're so comfortable here, it's our best map, versus the team that we happen to be playing right now hates our favorite map and are bad on it. And that may have been what it came down to. However, I think given that TFG were able to lock it down for more than enough rounds to really show their performance and not get swept out to a 9-0, proves that maybe it might not be their most hated map, but it's definitely on near the bottom of the list for them. However, Fort, completely different ball field. We spoke about this multiple times yesterday, going from a lot of different maps like Skybridge and Bull to Bay 5, which we haven't seen any Bay 5 today, have we? But anyway, that's crazy. We're going to be going on to Fort, which is a completely different ball field, whole different play style, long range angles, a lot of different nade lineups. You can have a lot more mid control, which forces rotates, almost guaranteed if you can hold that mid for as long as possible. It's hectic in there, so you got to lock in, and TFG, this is where they're most comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. This would look to be their most favorable version, their strongest suit, should we say, going into Fort. Curious to see whether we see any of that Ash 12 gameplay that Stripey is so exceptionally known for. Let's be honest, it was a reason why people would laugh a little bit at it being a crutch because of how dedicated with his time in the gameplay Stripey had been into making that weapon successful for him. No surprise that in the close quarters confines of Fort and Bay 5, like you mentioned, the map that we've not seen, that weapon is one of the ones that sees strongest and such great success. We've seen Zaki also showing us from Sicario that it is, not a weapon that can be forgot about in the meta. It might not be the most meta pick, but it definitely has a place if you use it well enough. So, interested on that topic there. I don't think we're going to see any TRG players here, Kirk. I think you'll agree with me that neither of these two teams have seen to have a TRG player. I mean, I don't think we've seen one in any of their games so far. So I think it's more a team dynamic than it is a map specific thing. But again, Fort is a tough one to play that weapon on.
Yeah. And, it's going to come down to, I think, the executes near A site, where TFG are the team that I am most aware of that reminds me of that strategy that I've talked about yesterday again. We've seen it yesterday again. Throw smokes and pray that you get the bomb down. And, if they continue to do that, I'm going to wonder how that's going to, continue to work if it does, considering that so many different players on the defense side bring 100 round M4 mags and they could just blast you through that smoke.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of tightness between the two teams here. Okay, remember they do go way back. The Pandas and the friendly guys have been butting heads, shall we say, since season 1, season 2 start time. So there is a lot of history between these two squads. They are very, what's the word? They are very passionate, shall we say,
Yeah.
about wanting to take each other down here. So I don't think we've seen the end of this matchup just yet. I think Fort is going to be another barn blazer of a game, and we are excited to be in store for another great match. We are only, should we say, what, 3/6 of the day down, Kirk? We are at the halfway point. Still another map here and another match to go after this. We could not have asked for better entertainment on our Super Sunday.
Yep, absolutely. And if you're a fan of Decoded or Oil Rig, of course, those games are going on in the background. So keep your eyes open on the chat, where moderators will periodically update the scores and current, scores of maps and games. I think currently it would probably make sense that the first game is already completed. So check the pinned message at all times for the most up-to-date information on the background games.
Well, straight off into the action as Snorlax finds the first. Sigma Wolf is going to go down early on in round number 1 on Fort. TFG starting on the defense, Panderic on the attack as they have moved very, very aggressively through into this A site. Full kitchen control, one out to garden, one watching the rotation by statue.
Not too much to say so far. Like we said before, these are both very defensive teams, so it'll probably result in, a last-minute execution if it comes down to that. Flashbangs you can utilize. You don't see them too often in close quarters situations usually. That is putting some bullets down. Sigma Wolf has been down, so they've been down a member for a second here. And Call Me Joe still opting in to be a little aggressive. The fact that they don't have that extra man is still surprising to me. However, they do finally get a third. Never mind. That's the second person down on Panderic, and as I talk, another one falls. It is a back-to-even scoreline. Health advantage for Panderic right now as a rotate comes in. As no doubt it probably should at this point.
24 seconds left on the clock, though, and as Duxus finds Maddox, 3 versus 2 for the Pandas. Bomb is starting and is completed. Scotty and Call Me Joe actually decide to push through the mid lane. I like this challenge. What less angles to have to deal with. Immediately come out of connector aggressively. Smedas gets taken out in mini as Scotty slams that one down. He's going to swing into the challenge from Gore. Scotty takes less of the abuse. Gore's health now dangerously low. Joe's going to swing out into it. Tanks a headshot for his troubles. Joe going on to the defuse as Scotty covers him. One left live. He's nearly going to get it. Almost the swing from Duxus is good. He does get the first as Scotty goes down. Call Me Joe versus Duxus. And Joe's going to use the timing window to try and get the defuse off. Fake, but he needs to fake because Duxus is too quick for him. The mighty Duck swings quick and true, sliding on the ice and stealing the point back.
Not just Bull, but also for Duxies. It doesn't matter where he is. 2 kills will at least find his name in multiple rounds of the game. Insane performance, Duxies. And with a minute, with a second or even less than a second left on that clock was a huge time to turn around and clutch that up for your team. Big plays.
Tough decision-making process there. Do you swing off the site from Scotty, or do you just cover the fact that Joe is sticking it? Interesting thoughts in the background there, but nonetheless, the round goes in the favor of the Pandas. This time, the bomb's going the other way very quickly.
Sigma Wolf in a good position, but I don't think he hears Snorlax off to his right. He's slowly going to converge in this position. However, a long-range fight will commence before that happens. Scotty will be taking some damage in that, but Sigma Wolf also grabbing 2 with a huge big kill for Duxies also to take down the double kill of this round.
Smoke out towards Garden just covers off the majority of that A site from TFG. Joe here on this Enforcer. We get a little tickle from Svedas. Bomb's not overcommitted at this point, Kirk. There is absolutely potential for a rotation, both deep and safe.
Mm-hmm. For
Colt
sure.
is open if they push through. They could rotate past Statue for spawn. They could even potentially just push up to Sinks and take this face-to-face. But with the numbers in the favor of TFG, you'd like to think that there's got to be a bit of smoke and mirrors involved in this. Or maybe this is the smoke and mirrors, the slow play. They're just soft faking the rotation. I mean, Joe's bought it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good, and the only real thing that I could have a problem with at this point is that maybe they should have left somebody a little bit closer to get more audio confirmation on the defensive rotates.
If these
Uh,
guys don't do anything other than the slow walk here, Scotty hears them, though, that's the problem.
They're
Now,
not crouch walking, so it's still audible. And as the
that's
grenade
what I'm
gets pulled,
saying.
that signals to TFG that they're still here and they're going to be executing any second now. 15 seconds on the clock. You got to expect them at some point. And with a quick left to right flick is Svetus. Scotty falls to the hands of him. Stripey goes around the corner at the most perfect time. However, Svetus only grabs a couple extra health off of him. And wow, Call Me Joe is at the absolute perfect time. Talk about timing on these last 3 kills here. Perfect amount of that. And 4 kills on the board for Duxies, who has yet to fall yet, who doesn't have a single death on the board, so he needs to lock in, keep that score up.
Maddox somehow does not manage to convert onto Gore down towards Garden, then gets taken out by Duxus. Joe, last left alive, with 20 seconds left on the clock and a defuse required, is going to have to try and push and find one of these kills here. Going to swing left, Duxus is going to avoid the bullets, Gore's going to be able to try and refrag, goes out towards Garden, as does Duxus, both players trying to play together from Panderic. He's going to run into the crossfire if he's not careful. Gore's going to get the challenge, Joe finds the kill, Duxus is a little slower response. Time is ticking down and it doesn't matter, Duxus has done enough, he's going to stand there and claim the kill, as Joe has to reach for the bomb.
Look at that, 6-0 for Duxus. Only 2 rounds in, great performance. However, this is a team game. Make sure you spread those kills out evenly. Work on killing one, and then, you know, getting your teammate to get in there and support you. Maybe you can spread them out a little bit. It's all love. 3rd round commences as a split defense for TFG. One member was split off of Panderic, however, going back towards mid to support a very fast B execution. And check this out, there's nobody on B side at all to contest this attack. There was one watching cannons, but now he has to back up. And TFG, I think Panderic a little bit confused here, right? Rightfully so. There's no way you could just walk onto site like that for free and get away with it. They're confused. They're like, there's just got to be somebody hiding somewhere.
Maddox tries to regain some of that ground as Svedas fights him off a mini. First kill goes down for Panderic. Plants coming. Joe with the nade! Never mind, it was all just a fake. They were waiting for the post-plant grenade, and Joe comes out with some utility god tier gameplay.
It's a skill to line up grenades, but to be able to line them up on B site is even more of a skill. As you can see, when you walk outside there's grates and like, you know, things that block the grenade from actually falling down onto the ground there. So to line that up so perfectly is as a feat of skill and obviously a lot of practice.
Completely agree with you. Could not have said it better myself. A phenomenal piece of gameplay out there. And Kirk, no surprise the bomb's going the other way around, right?
Yeah, I mean, this happens. Long rotations is what Fort is one of the things it's known for. And here we go. After a strong first push onto site, they back up and come right back and finally opt in for actually planting it this time. Grenade comes out. Smoke is in a very good spot here, and Svedas can easily pop around that corner based off of audio cues. Enemy had the Vulcan. He didn't hear him. Snorlax instantly knows that his teammate backed out of there. So now it's a threat area. Scotty, though, replaces Snorlax's position on top of the site. He has 2 members to deal with, and he knows that they're not together. So force these 1v1s. Svedas has the right idea to back up, and that's perfect display. Backs up to another kill to use on a forced right shoulder peek.
It's very close. I think the shoulder peek might have been the difference there. Svedas had very minimal HP left. For that going Scotty's way instead of his, but he does find the headshot, and we know what we've always said inside of this game, Kirk. Headshots are king. You hit the head first, you'll be the one that comes out on top. 3-0 to Panderic. Another strong starting opening performance into map 2, just like map 1. And we're starting to get to the point, Kirk, where we saw TFG start to put some things together and fight back. So how long is it before the response comes in? Scotty not finding success out to Garden's going to have to retreat back towards site. Stripey's there in support.
Standard lobby hold for Panderic. Standard Tetris hold by Scotty. Nothing looking too surprising so far. Or if Scotty wants to push up to D1, put a little bit more pressure on the Panderic attack. No reason to bite off any more than you can chew, though. Denny with a lay down position that catches Scotty off guard as his gun blocks the body. MCX from downtown, rapid fire. He falls as the first one to go in this round. Panderic, 3 kills. Soon. There it is.
Stripey gets shots out with that Ash 12. That's only one. Yeah, this could potentially be turning around. Svedas does shut down Sigma Wolf. This is a 1 versus 4 for Stripey, but for a second, that push that looked like it was coming in is going to actually do the smart thing and go the other way. B-site completely uncontested. How many can Stripey find on that rotation, though? Denny's heard him now. Denny's just going to get out of the way. He does not want any of that action right now. There's no need to give up his life. Stripey's going to be on the hunt. He's needing to try and find this kill to start. Denny's got to a position where he's going to hold him off. Stripey realizes this is most likely point of challenge. Stripey versus Denny, and a long angle from Duxis is going to shut him down before he even gets a chance.
Mentioned Dux's scoreline near the second round, but it still continues to steamroll through the TFG team. 9-0, hasn't died a single time yet. Great performance, not only in this game, but also in the game beforehand. Multiple double kills. Impressive, impressive gameplay. Split defense again. No reason not to. Missed grenade, unfortunately. Instantly, 1:45 on the clock, and guns are already blazing. Snorlax in a 1v1 against Tommy Joe. He has a teammate to back him up real quick, but 1-for-1 trade does go out. Stripey, the Kingslayer, with the Ash 12. Boom, boom, boom. Duxies trades him out, though. 2 versus 2 with 1:30 left on the clock. That is an explosive, apocalyptic round right now. Bomb has full opportunity to go down as Maddox and Sigma Wolf are slowly converging on his position. Duxies is ready to headhunt. He's ready to protect his teammate at a moment's notice.
Have you realized, especially, this is something that's very commonly sticking out in my mind, how often when Stripey is looking to do Stripey things in response, Duxis is there to close it out after 1 or 2 kills. Stripey not being allowed to pop off for the 1v3, 1v4s that he has sometimes been known to be able to clutch up for. Duxis being the one to be able to stop that and recognize at this moment in time that Duxis now after that final kill is 11-0.
Yep. That's how it is sometimes. And, you know, Panderic, like we said the game before, we could already see their amount of, you know, team coordination is something that they're not shy of. It's something they practiced on, right? And being able to rely on that teammate to your left and right gives you so much more confidence to be able to get the job done that you need to do, whatever role that may be. So Panderic is, you know, no stranger at all to moments like that, and it's awesome to see Duxies step up a little bit and you know, possibly become the new mascot of Panderic.
This member of TFG in mid is in a really rough spot right now, but Sigma Wolf somehow is going to find one in the 1 versus 2 many. Maddox finds a second as 2 members strong on this B side. TFG have a response.
There it is right now. It's all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. 2v4 just like that. TFG has the 3-man advantage now. The Duxies, he doesn't want to let go of his life just yet. He's fought for this 12-0 like it was the last thing he had to do, and he's not giving it up. Why would he ever? 13-0. He just continues to push forward, and there is his first death. Call Me Joe shuts down Duxies, the Kingslayer, with 7 and 5 kills for his name. And wow, TFG finally get their first round on Fort. Really surprising considering this is their map pick.
That's an interesting one. Shot slightly better from Duxis there, and Joe goes down as well. He's found himself 3 and then only 1 more kill before sneaking another one out from underneath the nose of the TFG squad. But nonetheless, TFG do allow the insurmountable numbers to close it out this time around. And he's for one into Stripey. The headshot comes out through first. Scotty does respond into Snorlax. Yeah, shots ringing out from the MCX in the background as Gauze holding onto this bomb. Pandaric squad setting up for execution. Call me Joe trying to respond.
I don't think
HK in
Pandaric
hands here.
realized. Sorry, I don't think they
No.
realize how much pressure is currently being put on them. Look at them stuck here.
Mm-hmm. Do you wonder if this is maybe the wind-up for that slow play again, just trying to play off the fake that they've got out? Oh, wait, it's a lurk from Duxis. Never mind.
How did we miss that? Check that out. Just when we thought Pandaric was in a bad position, all of a sudden it takes one member to instantly free them out of jail. Maddox is ready to stop the rotation. This is the gun you want. Slaying with fast fire rate and big penetration.
And look at the read. He understands immediately that
Yes,
after fighting from there, he has to go to mid. He's
No
got to
way.
come down short. This nade could be great.
Oh
This nade
my-
could be insane. Maddox with the Mad Mind gameplay. Call him Megamind, but he's not going to have the gun skills to be able to close it out. Gore slams the door shut on the point after Maddox makes it look like a miracle.
We love to see individual plays, even though this is a team game. However, what a crazy comeback that would have been. The Clutch Master, he would have been titled, no doubt. The fact that he instantly recognizes that he has that V40 available at his disposal, and he places it so good. I cannot believe he didn't close that out. That would have been arguably a play of the week, going up against Goze's huge 3 kills into the plant on Bull that we saw earlier.
I mean, that's the Maddox that the TFG squad were known and looking for. Has not managed to capitalize in the end of the round, but it's a much better performance out of Maddox in map 2 than it was in map 1. Similar approach again from the Pandaric squad is starting to become readable and predictable. Maddox finds the first as Duxus goes down. Sigma on the second. Gore's now knocked out as well. Svedas has got the response though, and Svedas has been a solid sticking point for the Pandas to keep their backbone strong when it looks like the front engagements are not going in their favor.
Back up. Gonna be forced to heal a little bit, but he has the stim. As everybody should. Look at this crazy peek for Maddox. Only the tip of his head is going to be exposed at that moment. Snorlax will have his legs exposed, and he begins to get shot, taking a little bit of damage. That's fine.
Game 3 decoded versus Oil Rig map 2 on 4. The score is decoded 2, Oil Rig 6 at the changeover. The main score right now, Oil Rig are 1-0 up in the maps, and on map 2 they find themselves 6-2 up at the halfway point. Stripey with the Ash 12 is going to down with double damage and take 2 kills, then a third. The Ash 12 claiming an absolute king's worth of the court. TFG claim themselves the second round, and we move to 6-2 going into the half as well.
Still surprising. TFG, we kind of expected them at this point to have more rounds up on Pandaric. Fort's the map that they play on, and it seems like that maybe Bowl is something they're a little bit more comfortable on all of a sudden. I don't know what happened. Pandaric may have just the same amount of skills on Fort as well. It may just be a map that they also practice a lot on and enjoy. We're going to see as it continues to go forward because, it ain't over till the fat lady sings. Still plenty of rounds left to be played.
Yeah, map picks tend to favor teams that are evenly skilled, right? If the teams are very evenly matched, then you would expect a map to go either side for them based off the one they picked, or they flip maps, right? They play each other's maps better. This definitely leads you to believe that the Pandaric squad, just versus the TFG squad, as an overall 5-player unit, an execution, gameplay, or gun skill, however you want to look at it, is simply a stronger squad at this moment in time. 6-2 in the second game, like you said, across both maps, holding control of the lead the majority of the gameplay.
Yep. Here's the strategy that I mentioned that TFG really likes to do is smoke and pray. And somehow it ends up working in their favor with a kill coming through the smoke for them. Duxies is ready to fight though. Perfect timing to back up from that nade. needs to slowly converge.
I mean, you
He
said
put
it's not
himself on
over.
the board. Yeah, it
So the
ain't.
fat lady sings, and it really isn't. Call me Joe. Scotty, third inside a cult, is actually starting to come back. Snorlax is last left alive now to try and clutch up 1v4. And, well, here's the thing, Kirk. We might be talking about it with one perspective in mind, but there absolutely is the chance for a response. TFG do claim themselves their third, and it's not over till it is over.
Nope.
These
5,
two
6,
teams,
7, 8, 8.
it's what happens on the day. Like, people have pitched me saying the TFG squad is stronger. People have pitched me saying the Panderic squad is stronger. And I'm going to be honest with you, Kirk. The people whose arguments have been given to me on paper, you would look at them and you go, well, it's not making sense. You know, they're not talking absolute hullabaloo. It's good information.
Yeah, baloney.
Exactly. It's exactly who turns up on the day. And I think right now, the Pandas, they're definitely playing strong, but TFG are not ready to go down without a fight. Two, again, Sigma and Maddox picking up early frags.
This is where we might see the big turnaround where TFG could propel themselves up on the board, matching Panderic's 6 rounds currently. It's all up to the hands of them if they want it. It's all up for the taking. Big grenade. What has happened to TFG? They've just become a whole different team on this attacking side.
3-letter acronym SMH, a little bit of a shake of the head. Yourselves locked back in the game, the bomb is planted, and 3 members strong. They have good post-plant positions around that site, as well as a 4th lurking. Maddox finds Svedas. Denny's got 1. 34 seconds. He's going to have to find something crazy here.
Denny has the Jets on as he should with 23 seconds left. He's going to make a play because time is ticking, and a big long-range angle from Scotty puts him in his place. Headshot to the fall. TFG 4-6, and what is... It's just going to continue going forward. I think they finally found exactly what they need to stay comfortable and realize that, hey, this is our map. Let's take it back. We're out here for no reason. We picked it, and we got to show up.
6-4. 10 rounds down, round number 11. Very, very heavily decisive right now. Panderic either move to 7-4 and extend that lead and give themselves a comfortable drive home, or TFG close the gap to 5-6 and we start talking about a very, very possible potential of overtime or a flip-flop. Sigma Wolf here looking towards Maddox's position, does not quite find the team kill, actually manages to pull off in time. His gore is spotted up top and actually taken out. That's a great pick from Maddox. Second from Scotty. Again, Maddox and Scotty coming together. We're getting 2 quick opening frags from the TFG side.
The cannon's flank. There was somebody sent there, and usually they go back around safely, but this time, all of a sudden, Maddox is going to have his back turned to Snorlax, who's the one in the defensive cannon spot. He flicked right around and getting ready to fight. However, he only got 1, and he got traded right back out. So, good recognition from TFG, though, to realize that, hey, there's probably somebody behind us.
And there's no way they call the second flank right. There's absolutely no way anybody has any idea Denny's where he is right now. And he's going to be going all the way around the outside. Svedas is looking to try and cause a distraction, even further concerns. Sigma Wolf decides that's not on the docket for this one. Call Me Joe does spot out Denny and realizes he does not have to challenge that. With 30 seconds left and 3 teammates, or 2 teammates to support him being one of the 3. It's an easy closeout. Sigma Wolf finds their shot onto Denny, and TFG do close us to a 5-6 1-round differential.
I mean, Pandas were up 6-0 at one point, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so tables have turned. The fire has been lit inside the TFG heart.
I think
At
we may
some
have
point, yeah,
it's either 5-1 or 6-0. I'm not 100% sure now. You've got me thinking. You had to ask me a question.
I think it was.
You had to ask me the question. I think it was either 6-0 or 5-1. But either way, very dominant early. And again, the Friendly Guys squad have pulled it to within 1. It's a good response. It's a great response, especially on the attacking side. But that's what you pick your map for, right, Kirk? You pick your map for the attacking side first. This time around, Panderic said, no, we're going to attack first. Joe's in with bomb. Denny's in a great spot to be able to pick off this if he actually manages to find the 6th sense he needs to slip behind Joe and Scotty. Is Scotty going to get in time? He hears the jump, calls Svedas into action. Scotty versus Svedas, and Svedas wins it this time around. Joe finds the responses, 1 for 1 out in the jungle.
Tetris being held, but actually a strange position because Smoke is making it so TFG doesn't realize that they're being sandwiched right now, and 3 members of Pandera converge on the final position of Stripey, and here comes the last one. The bomb is all on site by itself, and wow, members are split up, and that's going to be a tough one to take back as the bomb is down on Tetris. Going to be so exposed here to try to get this one back. When 35 seconds, they got to form a plan fast.
Shots out from Sigma Wolf as he's trying to challenge 2 different angles, ends up walking straight into the crosshair of Duxis. Maddox for the response, does find one, somehow doesn't kill the guy on headshot. Those shots looked good. Snorlax is in a lot of pain, having to run with his tail between his legs behind the cover. Panda in safety for protection, swings out. Maddox is going to finish off the kill, but the timer is out, and that is the round in the favor of Panderic. 7-5, they extend the lead back to 2.
Confirmation from chat, Pandas have never been up 6 in this game. It was 0-5, so apologies. 5-0 at one point for Panderic, and now look at the scoreboard now, ladies and gentlemen. It's all different. It's all changed. Pandas have been put in a tough spot. However, they have brought it back that last round. Even kills on the scoreboard, too. Want to add them all up.
Which way is the bomb going this time, and how many more complex conundrums can the TFG squad deliver to Panderic to try and close the gap further? Panderic have now managed to wrestle one back. With full control of this midsection, Maddox and the team just under Heaven are looking to try and push through. Through the mid lane they go. The bomb actually looking like it's trying to rotate through spawn to A. Duxis is ready for this. The question is, that Cannons player that's coming to support, oh no, this could go horribly wrong really quickly. He's backing away from it. Oh, Kirk, the timing on this is everything. Is Duxis going to be looking the right way? Does he have support? Do both TFG members swing it in time? He knows this is covered off. Duxis is fully aware that this is potential. Oh no, Joe, please don't turn your back to this. Oh my word. They're going to go, it's going to get back. No, he's watching it. Sigma has this covered off. Duxis saw Sigma, this is crucial. Sigma for the first. Wow, it's won by TFG and they're through. Now they have to go quick because the info's given. The one player on site that's actually back towards that 90 angle, if jungle challenges well, is suffocated. Thankfully, Panderic have a good aggressive bold one from their spawn, suffocating out. Stripey takes one into Denny and that back spawn position's taken out. Now this mid-site person, Svedas, is in trouble. Unless he gets quick kills too for Svedas. Scotty for the response though. TFG have tempo and timing. Bomb is down on site but not planted. Stripey's going to pick it up in time. Snorlax is going to get traded by Maddox. While Stripey's trying to be killed off the bomb, Snorlax doesn't even get the kill. You have to think this is a round in the favor of TFT now. Gore in the 1v3 comes in, tries to stop the plan. Everybody gets off, and Stripey puts him down with the Ash 12.
All right, I won't. I don't know if anyone heard that in the background. Bad words being said, but wow, what a performance. That kill from the start near that defender spawn was such a catalyst to TFG's propulsion towards that A site. However, there was that one member holding Tetris that single-handedly stopped that sandwich from happening. He did get traded out by the member that did come from behind. However, still a huge play to be able to like single-handedly get a double kill like that and stop the bomb plant from just a little bit longer, right? The bomb could have been down a lot sooner if he didn't do that. So multiple displays of different skills in that last round. Cannons, though, is still being watched, and 3 members of Panderic are split off from A site. 2 versus 4 situation at any moment could come out. TFG still have yet to do anything super aggressive, in my opinion. 1-for-1 trade there. So, you know, this is the perfect time to do it, but Denny is in an off angle.
Bomb is down. Joe's the first casualty for TFG. Svedas also down. Maddox looking to reclaim. Going to pick that up. Denny is going to hear that audio cue disappear from the bomb. Finds himself caught in a reload animation by Scotty. That's some good timing from the TFG forward on that jungle garden flank. Trying to get the angle on the side swing. Dux is now trapped back towards cave. Headshot comes up to help. Snorlax here to support. 3 versus 3 on the site. Smokes go out. That's a really good smoke over headshot and over the 90 angle. Panderic have to let this plant go through, except the bomb is not going on A. The bomb is
Scotty's
full
still there.
on towards this B site. Good
Okay,
rotation come
Sigma
from Sigma Wolf.
Duxie's last one remaining, 15 kills on the board, and turns around. Scotty knows exactly when to push through. Big teamwork there to finish off the big Kingslayer. That's Duxie's this game.
Notice how Sigma Wolf picked Dux's position to hold from their spawn this time. Going to give them a dose of their own medicine and watches for the rotation back to that B site. Interesting in the mindset of the TFG squad. Going to play them at their own game there. It's interesting to see how this 4D chess match is evolving as well, Kirk. The bomb going to different places and playing off of contact from losing deaths, and even just the quick rotations out of Scotty and Sigma. Got another good close game. We're 7-7. 2 rounds away from overtime or success for one of these two teams. And the momentum is going to be decided in this round right here, right now.
Yeah, if each of these teams don't get 2 kills apiece here, or 2 kills, back to back, then it will be a lot longer than you think it would be, because we're going to overtime at least. Already a strong start for Panderic. Obviously, 2 members down for TFG. However, 4 ready to execute at a moment's notice.
I am both interested and in anticipation to see what happens here. The 4-man defensive hold down that middle lane from Panderic is actually a really good read. But the patience from TFG has ended up paying off better as Panderic moved first. And Itchy to get caught out. One goes down. Snorlax responds with a good one into Scotty. There's a great win inside of the bedroom, and Snorlax onto Joe. Oh, Stripey from the backside, though, gets a crazy double kill down distance.
Full auto Ash 12 with absolute control and still picks up a double kill like that.
He's earned himself a 1v2. Can he bring it home, Kirk?
I mean, if he can pull down a gun like that and grab 2, I think he has the skill to pull this off if the fire burns bright enough. However, this is a tricky spot. There's so many spots people could be hiding right now, and Stripey actually gets away with picking the bomb up, and now he's going to be able to force a 1v1 if he continues to push here. However, 10 seconds left. He has to get it quick and then get the bomb down. Not much else he can do there. Snorlax in a good spot to just waste a little bit of time. Don't get too aggressive. Knows exactly what he's going to do there. Panderic, big win.
So, Panderic have the advantage, 8-7. Match, series point Panderic in their hands. TFG have to win this next one to pull it to overtime at best. Keep your eyes on Scotty. Keep your eyes on Maddox. Any one of those two gets himself an entry kill for the TFG side, we're going to see this go probably the way of the friendly guys. Keep your eyes on Svedas, Snorlax, or Duxis. Any one of them 3 gets their entry frags and it goes the way of Panderic. Neither team so far has seemed to be able to steal around back in a very heavy numbered disadvantage scenario. So 1:30 on the clock. This will be a slow round as we would expect. Very, very patient, cautious, methodical. Smoke onto sinks. Flash onto sinks, and nobody does just yet.
Other than the slightly aggressive hold from Denny, it's not even that aggressive either. Like, other than that, I don't see any shocking, out of ordinary holds here in the defensive setup. I think it's just a lot of information gathering at this point. They're going slow, other than Stripey, obviously. He's just running around to get some extra information before they make a final decision. Smokes are plumed, though, so there's no reason to not use them to your advantage. There it is, through the smoke. Call me Joe. Svedas falls as Denny is very carefully going to grab Scotty.
Gotta think. Let's talk about a time to clutch up. From a player yesterday who was criticized for a potential misplay and aim, now to come through with a 5-piece ace in the most clutch moment required for the Panderic squad to put them in lead 8-7. Kirk's reclaiming his shock from where it just came from, bearing in mind the headshot angle from Denny and Call Me Joe, timing, playing absolute roller coaster emotions with Kirk's heartstrings.
Oh, there it
striking
is.
with the swing, sickening, slamming destruction on the corner. That is going to be one way to delete an opponent. Snorlax has the response, though. Striking goes down. Gore versus Combi Joe, and it's 2 from Gore. Not just 1, but 2, and the time is out. Panderic are going to close out the game with an insane response and a 9-7 victory off the back of a 5-piece from Snorlax.
Oh no, that's so tough. Panderic shut them down at the end there, and I think TFG, they had everything they needed other than that time management, of course. Maybe they were thinking a little bit too hard. What are we going to do is the question that was in their mind to differentiate themselves and catch Panderic off of their toes. And I think they thought about that for a little bit too long, didn't recognize the clock, and unfortunately fell to the time that nobody has enough of.
Yeah, that was another exceptional game, a really close fight between the two sides. But as I absolutely love to see, a good old storyline coming true. Like I said, Snorlax got a bit of criticism yesterday for the aim, which you got to say, taken on the chin, taken on the chin with a smile on his face, and then to come back and ace in a crucial point in time today for that clutch round at 8-7 really did take the momentum in that one, Kirk. You had to feel it was going to be decided there and then. Neither team was going to want to draw that one out any longer. So Panderic comes up 2-0 on the day into those friendly guys and will secure themselves a full 3 points to add to their table standings.
Yeah, that's an explosive win for Panderic, who have really struggled this tournament to solidify themselves as, someone that a team that isn't going to stick around that bottom place. So if it continues to go this way for them, then we can only expect them to go even higher from here, as they should, right? They've been in so many of these tournaments beforehand. At some point, they will be starting to perform a lot better than previous tournaments, just like Ancestral has been doing. So we can only hope and pray and give them some encouraging words to continue to push forward and do what they need to do to become that great team. And we're very grateful to have them here too, right? Panderic fans are everywhere. I can already see there's a million Panda emotes in the chat, right? They love them being here, and I'm sure that the team loves participating as well. So with that being said, we do have the second giveaway cracked. Another Arena Key Standard Edition. What is the word this time?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, in honor of that amazing performance and the full 5-piece ace, I think we've got to get a couple of exclamation marks Snorlax in the chat if you want to take part in that giveaway. If you want your chance to ace the competition in the chat here and take home that Escape from Tarkov Arena code, then exclamation mark Snorlax to get in on the giveaway. And that being said, we are going to take ourselves another small intermission, I believe, Kirk, to refresh, re-up, and get ready for our third match of the day, where we're going to have 2 more insane teams taking to the stage to show us what they've got.
Decoded and TOFG coming up next on the HPL EU number 3. So don't go anywhere too quick. Take that 7 to 8 minutes to use the bathroom, grab your snacks like we always say, because we are coming right back with even more explosive action. Don't go too far.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Day 3, the Super Smashing Sunday for the HPL EU Season 3. My name is Cracked Wisdom, again joined by Kirk on the lurk in the booth today, ready to enjoy the entertainment and action the EFT Arena Pro scene has got in store for us. We have already paid witness to two insane flashes of Titans today, including that from Sicario and those other friendly guys, and then the friendly guys and the Pandemic squad taking onto the pitch. Now, we have our final and third matchup of the day for you, alongside another match that will be played off screen as well. So, to remind ourselves, let's take a quick peek back at that schedule for the final two matches of the day.
Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end, and this is the last two sets of games for the day. However, it is the third day, and we still have two explosive days next weekend for everybody to come over and enjoy and see who will be crowned the champion of the EU HPL Season 3. But that being said, if you're an OFG fan and you missed the first game of the day, you do not want to miss this one because they are back up into the booth and facing Decoded.
This is going to be a tall, tough ask for the Decoded squad, facing off against OFG after that exceptional performance they showed us in our first feud match of the day today. So the second visit to the OFG side sees them a second chance at taking home a full 3 points for their title challenge. That being said, Ancestral and Sicario playing off in the background. Given the state of Ancestral before today, Kirk, thinking the fact that they were in that second place, not including the match against Eight Sins, you would have argued that Ancestral would be the strongest team to challenge the Sicario side.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. Like you said, other than Eight Sins, which makes a lot more sense. However, I think Ancestral's reason for their leaderboard ranking, which I think has already dropped, by the way, back down from second place to wherever they may be at this point. But it just happens to be, I think they had a lot of somewhat easy matchups. I'm not going to say easy because these are all professional players, they're all professional teams. They have, their own strategies and whatnot. But I think Ancestral's lineups so far, other than the 2 games they had today, have been relatively not too difficult for them. That resulted in a early propel up to that second place. And now that they're starting to fight the big teams, the ones you really got to look out for, all of a sudden they come crashing down.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting talk about the top of the table after everything settles today. We will get to that discussion, but before that, we do need to settle a couple of differences between our final 4 sides. Ancestral and Sicario, like we said, we will keep you updated for in the background, but for some more information on this, let's take a little bit more of an in-depth look at the head-to-head. Decoded versus this OFG side will come with 2 rosters today. We already got to see the OFG squad of Undead SNX hiding Mr. Crab and Nose playing on the first with substitutes Bran and Propis there backing them up, but for the first time today, we're going to get to see Ashtray Pop, Fabu, Frost, Non-3 LTV, Agurkus, and Eversea coming to the field today. Last time we got to see them on screen, Non-3 LTV was not there and Eversea was playing in their stead, so it's interesting to see which of the 5 start on the pitch today, Kirk.
Yep, it is a team that we haven't seen yet today. However, the very first game of the day yesterday is where we've seen them unfortunately lose both games against Decoded. One of them was on Bay 5, and that was Decoded's map pick. So they've yet again decided to pick it up yet again, and OFG going back to Skybridge, which is the place that is it something that you normally would see from them? They did pick it earlier today against Sicario, but we all know how well that went.
Skybridge has been an interesting topic as we've gone through many iterations of the arena scene. We've had it being a map that was very enjoyed when initially brought in. A new map is always a good thing. People do like a fresh environment to play in. Then people went through a phase of thinking that because it was a new map, it was a very difficult one to understand the meta around. Very coin flip-esque, shall we say. Didn't necessarily have a balance as to whether you could control your own destiny in it, so teams avoided picking that map because of it. Now with the changes, both previous set where trains were adjusted so that the gameplay throughout the trains was more consistent, and now some of the adjustments to the scenery that was blocking some of those good rotations to be able to challenge properly on that B site has opened Skybridge up to a whole new level of possibilities. So I think that's why we're seeing Skybridge more favoured here. But we are going to go to Bay 5 first, and, well, that's one of those chaos maps, right, Kirk?
Yeah, definitely chaos map, very close quarters angles, as everyone is well aware. One of the starting maps that came into the game with team fight alongside Bowl. So that, of course, being updated for the Blast Gang game mode. However, this is the first time we've actually seen it today. Seen Bowl twice, Fort and Skybridge. So on the very last game of the day, it will start us off on Bay 5, which is a nice change of pace, of course. We always love to see that. And then going back to Skybridge for that second game, the most popular map pick overall throughout the whole tournament so far.
A lot of the Decoded strength today could be looked towards this utility use on Bay 5. I'm interested to see whether those grenades that Ashtray Pot was doing so well with versus Selfish in their match against Ancestral was, something that we're going to see here today versus OFG. OFG displayed a lot of good, strong gun skill versus Sicario, which is what saw them successful closing out a lot of rounds. So I am very interested to see where that takes us, right? I'm curious to see whether it's going to be a game of utility battles or whether TOFG are going to try and assert some more authority by just getting into the close quarters fights quickly off the action. Again, be interesting to see which of the 5, 6 Decoded members actually turn up on the day, and whether they actually fully commit their efforts to the gameplay. We did have a question a couple of times about some loose fights from Decoded where members were seen to be over aggressively swinging things. It didn't make too much sense of the fact that the bomb was on the ground and it was being ignored and not picked up. So hoping that between yesterday and today, the Decoded squad have sort of, tightened up that gameplay. Less sort of running around like a circus and more sort of a constructive approach to getting that bomb down on site. That should help see them being more successful. We did see them take a good game later on in the day. I believe that was a Panderic matchup that they played that will have also been a tough ask for them given what we've seen from the Pandas so far in their performance. So I'm left in the mindset where I'm thinking this is again in the OFG hands. Like, I don't think this is down to Decoded to be able to decide this matchup. I think given how strong OFG were earlier today, if they turn up again with that same performance, you would be hard to argue that Decoded have an easy match here, if anything to say about them taking a point, let alone all 3.
Yeah, being able to definitely put Sicario on their toes is more than enough for them to be able to take down Decoded if they wish to do so. Decoded, probably based off of that Ancestral game that I watched yesterday, they did have a lot of aggressive moments like you were talking about. And I think Ancestral just simply beat them in that 1-to-1, 2 versus 2 situation where it's just aggression versus aggression. And Ancestral just happen to have the more skilled players on that side. However, with going up against TOFG, it's going to be a whole different playing field, given that they are not as aggressive as you would expect them to be compared to Ancestral or teams like Sicario. But before we get into the game, of course, we did a giveaway before the break, so we have to make sure that we give the person their rightful due and their proper prize. So, Cracked, who do we got this time?
Well, if you're a fan of the Masquerade, then you'll be shouting out in the chat in support of our successful winner. But congratulations goes out to Unicorn Masked Guy. That's right, you heard me right. It's Unicorn Masked Guy. Get yourself into the chat, in touch with one of the moderators, or even better, jump into the Discord. Create a ticket to be able to claim yourself your brand new arena key, and congratulations on your success. For those of you in the chat that didn't win this time around, thank you for taking part, but stay tuned. There's always many more prizes on the horizon, whether it be between now and the end of the broadcast or on the next day's worth of entertainment. The hot prize line, always there, the gift that keeps on giving. That being said, Kirk, we have many players inside of the game that we do need to think about going into this next match. And although we might have another newcomer thanks to that gifted key, we've got 10 Titans about to take off to the battlefield. And it was Bay 5, then Skybridge, that's going to lead us out for the end of the day.
Yep, Ancestral versus Sicario also going on in the background. If anyone is wondering or fans of them, make sure you keep up to date in the chat. Pinned messages will give you the most up-to-date information from the off-stream played games. That's going to be an explosive one, regardless of what happens this game. I think it might be one of those situations where, the back of the building starts to catch on fire because it's really explosive back there. Nobody's watching because we're out here watching this one. So we're gonna see how that one goes off. And without any doubt in my mind, Sicario has yet to drop a single game. So what is stopping them to continue to go forward even now?
Yeah, absolutely. The logic is flawless. Cannot argue with that. But now's the time to take a moment to remind the folks at home in the chat that if you'd like to keep up with all the action, maybe you're interested in how the teams have settled at the end of the day, and you didn't quite keep your eyes glued to the monitor at the time we showed you the end of day standings. Well, look no further than the socials. Get onto the Hunt Premier X channel. Don't forget to drop a follow down below on the channel on Twitch so you know when we're live with the next day's worth of entertaining action here on Hunt Premier, because there's not just going to be seasons for HPL coming up this year. There's a lot of action down the road, including the EU Elimination Tournament, which will be our next visited highlight shortly after this, starting May 17th, with another EU Elimination Tournament down the road, as well as more seasons of the NAHPL and many, many other things going on amongst the community outside and alongside that leading flagship in the Hunt Premier. That being said, you can also keep yourself involved in the entertainment by just getting involved in those socials, all right? There's topics and conversations flying all over places like Twitter, like Facebook, like Instagram, TikTok, all the posts about great gameplay and what the teams are doing in and out of the weeks. If you would like to immerse yourself in the environment, it's a very simple process. Make sure you're following all of the hot topics that's going on around the e-arena scene right now. Well, Kirk, enough of the yapping about the socials and how to keep ourselves locked in. We're already locked in, right? And I believe we've got a game that's about to kick off and get underway with ourselves here in the final one for the day.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Bay 5 is the first time we'll be seeing it today. Decoded versus TOFG coming up in around probably, I think, 20, 30 seconds. That's when it's going to be ready. So everyone's getting into the lobby right now. And the classes are being picked. As I'm being told by the production, we have a game starting right now.
Oh, and would you look at that? It's almost like it was predicted. Undead's deciding he's predicting Ashtray Pot, and we talked about utility coming out of Ashtray Pot. He's not throwing nothing this round. He's been banished back to the bench. Undead with a grenade kill on the first is going to open it up for TOFG. Frost is looking in his pockets for some hope or saving grace to be able to revive Ashtray Pot, but this is not Valorant, my friend. There are no revives inside of Escape from Tarkov Arena.
Maybe at some point we'll get some like defibs or something. Little zap. Bring him back alive. He might be missing a couple limbs, but he'll walk it off. Mr. Krabs holding down the Krusty Krab in the back. Gurkhas wants a little bit of the piece of the pie himself, hiding, falls. Fabu grabs bomb with almost no contestant at all. Undead grabs one. It is slow peeking into Fabu. That's a quick, easy headshot. One member remaining is Evasy. And look at this crazy pinched position he's in. Any moment, converged. Goodbye. Nose actually does it. Nice.
I thought the jump shot
He's
might
on the
have
left
actually
shoulder.
helped him out there. Yeah, I did think he was going to be able to, shall we say, off-swing him there by getting aggressive into it, but it would have been a tough ask for the other three players to have fallen over to the one in Eversea at the end anyway. TOFG do close out round number 1, and a great round it is for them opening up on Bay 5.
Yeah, I thought right shoulder and Peeker's advantage definitely would have took that one home, but free fires are very important. You have audio cues, you use them to your advantage. Second round, take that first one, decode it, and throw it away, throw it into the fire, into the furnace, burn it. Didn't happen. Fresh new mindset. Very extremely split start here. I think they're really just honing in on mid-control possibly before they make a final decision on where they want to go. Linked back up a little bit closer.
I mean, you don't want to say they're committed to the alley at this point in time because although the bomb and player are White Van looking towards going A site through alley, it can be rotated out of Tetris very easily. A smoke goes out over towards their door. Now the decoded side are trying to push in on timing. Frost finds back alley. Mr. Krabs goes down. First casualty for TOFG. Front door from hiding does his hiding work. Undead spawns into Frost in that back alley. His shot's a shot over towards Rat. Agurkus just takes a bit of damage towards the chest, but does not go down.
Decoded looking in a tough spot, regardless of the members on the team. Agurkus needs to get that thorax health healed up. That thing drops to 0. You're basically dead, so. Hopefully he gets something. Doesn't matter. Undead, ready to finish him off. Ashtray, there's the M10 being picked up. The standard VSS ready to go, and I think that's the wrong weapon. Is he pretending to be a dead body?
No comment. TOFG absolutely close out the round with clinical cleanness. A kill on a member not holding a weapon is about as free as it gets, so definitely no chance to lose that one there. And TOFG moved to a 2-0 scoreline.
Fair enough. Things happen. Undead, though. Check out his score line. 7-0, 2 rounds in. Similar to someone we saw recently, who was in a similar position with 7 kills, 0 deaths. If anyone doesn't know what I'm referring to, that was Duxies, who was going crazy on Fort.
Yes, oh, TOFG accidentally knocked down one of their own across the top. SNX does take out Frost as Nose gets Fabu. The intended target going down as well as the teammate. Bomb is dropped inside of Fuel, which is going to leave TOFG with a sigh of relief as they do not need to apply too much more pressure. Nearly have to just cover off the angles now and close this round out as well. Astray's going to step in onto Nose and a great shot with the TRG is going to knock him down. And Gurkus onto Krabs. SNX takes out Astray pop from sight though. Spots Eversea, the good rotation out of SNX puts him in a position to be able to close this one out. Hiding SNX into a Gurkus. As a Gurkus steps up, Hiding will take him down from the harbor.
Lock this one in your head, Cracked. That was an attack TRG. Decoded. Have an attack TRG. Ooh, on Bay 5, nonetheless, out of anything. I'm just trying to figure this out and wrap it around my head. I don't know how exactly they're going to play that. Yeah, like other than that, what?
Well, that's where I would say to you is I think that's where I would think it excels is it goes into mid control and it plays that long lane down middle and you've got some good strength. You argue that a player that's good with the weapon should understand how to use it in all scenarios, but it doesn't play into its strengths, which is the point you're making, right?
Yeah, like it was kind of crazy that someone with the TRG was able to flank through B,
For sure.
through Harbor, and get away with getting a kill by pincering someone in a closed position onto B.
Yep. Bomb and 3 towards Forklift, though, this time. Hiding in heaven. Not hiding the player, but the bomb itself hiding in heaven. Not a confusion for the chat at home there.
After a long lane of silence, Babu starts it off with a big kill at the AK-12 nose. Coming up not too far behind him with a headshot onto a Gurkhas. 3 versus 3, even show health advantage for Decoded. However, V40s are still available to be disposed, and Hiding isn't too careful here. He might find Hellfire missile on top of his head. Frost catches him backing up into mid. AP rounds devastating, but Astray Pot ready to trade out his teammate at a moment's notice, and that is perfect timing.
Goes in the 1v2. He's going to get audio that Fabu's going onto site. Oh, Fabu got down aggressively.
No
Nose
way.
might just have a window here to be able to take him out. He does, and that's going to give Nose a humongous advantage now because the bomb did not get planted. All that Nose needs to do, and I'm sure Nose knows, is play his life.
12 seconds. Do you find the enemy player or do you plant? 5 seconds left, and all Nose has to do is back up. Astray is actually checking the perfect corner, and what? That is the round that they needed. They had a millisecond to almost a second left to get the kill, and that was the only way they were going to win the round. He picked the right place to check, and boom, diggity. That's all she wrote. One bullet to the chest.
Wild scenes inside of the arena. Decoded find themselves the first. TOFG up 3-1 so far. A nice little shot from Astray will claim Decoded a round on the board. Now need to try and piece a couple of them together.
Early smokes on the B that'll give Decoded a little bit of a larger advantage if they decide to get a rotate going on in the future. Mr. Krabs has already been known as a menace in that back alley position, and he grabs another 2 kills. Hiding is hiding in that rat spot, and that's 2 for Mr. Krabs, 2 for Hiding, and it's all up to Astray by himself in Harbor. He's getting converged on by 2 members in the back. He needs to get 1 and then flick out. Didn't happen. Nose finishes him off with a clean headshot. However, excellent kills from TOFG, who have no issue at all with grabbing a couple double kills.
I mean, Hiding playing the most deadly game of hide and seek you've ever seen from behind rat on the A site is definitely the beginning to that success for TOFG coming together. So many letters in the TOFG name, it's like you're trying to knock out a title whilst pronouncing it, but they're calling the other friendly guy as well. That's a pretty unfriendly grenade, is that right there?
That was like pixel perfect. I think that actually landed in the middle of his 2 feet.
2v1. Frost finds himself down a player versus the people he's having to fight. SNX is going to knock him down. Ashtray not able to take the refrag. Good sight play from the TOFG defending squad. Undead finds one onto Gurkus. Bomb is coming in. It's a good win from Fabu.
Nose is ready to fry this bomb planter, yeah. This is risky. What?
Oh, Nose gave him a chance to be able to reload that ball. Ashtray's going to try and hold it back.
This is so scary.
Well
Oh,
played
perfect.
from hiding, covers off the angle.
Excellent job. Still trying to wrap my head around bringing that bolt action into such a closed, encountered space. But somehow, it works sometimes. I mean, you gotta hit those shots. It's high risk, high reward. That's what it's meant for, and you make them count, and you can run away with a lot more than you think you have.
You remember we spoke about players that used to run on gaze that were very familiar with the class?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ashtray Pot is another one that back when Teamfight was the game mode for the Arena Cup series, he was known for being pretty good on a marksman rifle, so it doesn't surprise me to see him being able to hit a couple of nice shots on the TRG, but can it be the difference maker like Furlex, you know? There's a difference between getting a couple of clippable kills and really making a dent in the scoreline, so TOFG not being dissuaded by that aggression from the TRG and finding themselves up 4 rounds.
Well, I mean, I gotta say, anyone has a lot of skill if they're able to confidently use and accurately hit shots with a 4xa code, especially in Arena. There's Undead swinging the corner to try to catch them off guard, but Fabu instantly catches him off, turns around, easy fleck. However, it is a man advantage 2 currently for TOFG. It's Ashtray Pot and Evasy, the last ones remaining, but it's all up to him again, the solo man with the TRG M10. 7 bullets, 4 left to kill.
Oh, he almost actually lands that headshot over the top of the fuel container. Nose makes it into the corner and makes it infinitely harder for Ashtray to swing that now on the left-hand side.
Yeah, you gotta hate how loud that metal is sometimes. Just gives away your position, and now all hell's raining down upon you.
Wow.
3 members swings into. I don't think so. Your head's blacked out. See you later.
That's a bit of a nightmare scenario, that right there, Kirk. You don't want to swing into that, do you?
No, absolutely not. However, TOFG is really doing a stellar performance right now. You can tell that all their, attempts against Sicario have been waiting to be unleashed into a new game where they have yet again proved themselves to be able to play at this top tier level. And once they go up against a team a little bit easier than Sicario, they just get to shine and prove themselves even further.
Yeah, I kind of agree with the pigeon on that one, actually. AXMC best gun in the game, doesn't matter what map. Well, the M10 at this moment in time, the TRG we're referring to there. Definitely agree. Big fan of that marksman rifle, and the big bullet that it brings with it is the reason why, because on paper, it's logic equals kill. Frost, first falling over inside around number 8. Coded find themselves 5 behind.
Very nice set of double kills by hiding when there's only a pixel of a head left to find. Fabu instantly trading back out to grab 2 for himself. 3 versus 2 all of the sudden. SNX, though, a little bit low in the health department. Undead and Nose trying to converge onto each other to support, but it doesn't make a difference because Ashtray Pot with that TRG is so dangerous.
Can he find SNX before he crosses? No. The timing from SNX is good, knowing that urgency is key. Nearly Ashtray finds the bang through the wall. He does hit a shot there. That's he noticing taking half of SNX's health off. Puts SNX now just 1 body shot away from being knocked over. Decoded, realizing that the rotation had come through, are going to take that access and move it towards the other side and flip-flop the map with the TOFG squad. And they're going to reclaim the control. The bomb has not gone in onto site yet. Ashtray trying to play up a contact and find a pick before the plank goes down.
30 seconds, they have time to dilly-dally just for a slight amount of time. Ashtray Bot's position is revealed, and pre-fires could be coming out here. Nose running a little bit too early, and Ashtray Pot makes him pay the price. SNX with a very small amount of health left. because of awesome leg shots by Ashtray for Fabu to swing around and finish the job out. Decoded get their second round win on Bay 5.
Yeah, it might not all be said and done for. Seems like the game here that we're in for is just like it was with the Panderic TFG game, where although it might seem very heavily favoured to begin with, it is starting to close up in the middle game. We've still not seen a grenade come out of Ashtray Pot that's really done any damage just yet, which is a shock to me. Normally that's something that is 100% guaranteed. Maybe he's saving it for later, eh, Kirk? Oh, he stands in front of one himself, though. Apparently, cool guys do not look at explosions. The scope more important than that one. My word.
Thinking maybe the importance in getting a quick position with that sniper is a little bit more on the board than getting a grenade off right away. You can save him for later always. Undead, though, starts off the round, soonly followed up by SNX onto Frost. Undead wants a little more piece of the action, and look at that. Fabu, the last one remaining with 45 seconds. It's just like that. Bullets start flying and bodies start dropping. Fabu not out of the fight just yet. That's one with a headshot. 3 remaining. Is he going to continue to go forward? Hiding helps the enemy of Fabu, and that's the second one. It's 1 versus 1. The team kill was not what TOFG needed right now. Is he going to stick to defuse? No, he doesn't. Nose ends up saving the day for his team. Fabu was hungry for multiple. He didn't even need to do it all himself. He took the mind of the enemies and made them team kill. He's that influential. TOFG, however, does bring it back with a really scary round.
It's a close round there for Decoded. Potential to take it back, but Nose in the back lane. Well, Nose. He decides not to play the over-aggressive style and sits back, waits for the defuse, and then confidently comes in, cool, calm, and collected to clean up the kill. Quick and heads, collecting that bread. And the thoughts are hot, he's living up the sauce. Inside of the site, though, Frost is going to source up Undead for the first. The second down for SNX. The double kill comes through. Nose gets the trade, but it's too late.
There's so many double kills today that instantly get traded back out, but it's crazy how many we've seen.
Shots for Embassy. Nose is a good one. Corridors. Out he goes. Fabu's going to get caught on that rotation as well, Kirk, and that star player from the last round's actually down.
Decoded did lose mid control right there, but they still have a little bit of time on site if they want to start forcing 1v1s. It's going to be more difficult once we have that third remaining member converge from mid to box them in. So I think it's better now than never to make an aggressive push onto site here.
2v3. Ashtray looking to try and find the wall bang. Almost traces just over the top of the head of the member in wrap position. Agurkus is going to find a kill. 2v2. Krabs. Oh, great shots from Krabs, but Ashtray trades one out on Nose. Now it's Krabs versus Ashtray, and Krabs is holding the angle. Ashtray Pot has the quicker flick with the senses, and 6 seconds on the clock. He might just have enough time. He's short. He's short by a tenth of a second.
No.
Tenth of a second, he's short by. TOFG take it 8-2.
Oh no, just when we almost saw another huge clutch moment with a left shoulder swing actually being the victor of the 1v1, he isn't able to close the round out. About 0.5 seconds left on that timer is all he needed, and oh, that's so devastating, especially after trying so hard to force yourself into that diffusing position.
That was mere milliseconds off of being close enough. That was right on the cusp of being either do or die, and not quite falling the right side of the waypoint for Decoded this time around. TOFG move on to the first of map points. Put themselves an advantage in the best of 2 here. Fabu, connector, trying to play a good reserve defensive position, gets the first. Now he's going to make room to pick that second one out from SNX and call support from GreenCon to start flooding through and taking that space. Hiding the next on the docket. Eversey runs at the wrong time, and Hiding puts him down for it.
Yeah, if anything comes out of that, you can always assume a double kill is immediately going to follow with the death of the person who got the double kill. You know, as I say that, of course, Xfabu proves me wrong. He continues to go forward and gets 3. Mr. Krabs and knows the last 2 remaining members of TOFG who are trying to get some sort of pressure onto the B site, but they're so split up right now. He has to run away, knows with the bomb. If he dies here, there's 0 chance that Mr. Krabs will ever recover that.
And Fabu still has control of the strongest point around this B site right now, playing at the top of parkour boxes. Froster's gonna find Mr. Krabs there. No, he's looking past the boxes in mid, trying to find Frost. Frost is gonna slowly step out into it. Nose is gonna quite happily step away from the challenge and try and catch him on a repeat. Now right to left, he chooses the right time to swing. Waits out the shots. 2 members in challenge. Nose is still alive. He's making a good go at this as Nose. The flank's coming in towards the boxes. Frost is finally going to go down. Has to watch his back on the left-hand side. Does he not? Oh, he doesn't know about the deep flank. Ashtray's going to catch him over the top, and that's going to be the end of that one.
Too much pressure. Difficult in finding out what you need to do. He had 11 bullets left in that magazine, and I think the only play there that could have even gave you a chance was to pick up that gun off of the body you just killed. But you know, you live and then you learn. 100, you know, if I was personally used to running a 100-round mag, I know that my first goal pretty much of any game is to get myself a second weapon, because if I'm laying down covering fire like that all the time, you're always gonna need that second gun.
For sure. Into the forklift we go. Here comes the thunder. Here comes the boom. No time to wait unless you move in too soon. Decoded, Frost, Fabu together come together for the 2-piece. And SNX is going to go down on the outside of it after picking one of their own up. Ashtray Pot finds SNX on the outside door. And it's left to 2 TOFG members to pull this round back together if they're going to close it out in number 12 on the day.
Put in a tough position. He's going to try to get a little slick with it. Hiding puts him down for that. Mr. Krabs also soon to fall in his hiding. Last alive on site. Just a decimation by Decoded, who are just going to slowly whittle their way through the members of TOFG. They're not out of the fight just yet. They know it's 1 round away. They have to force an overtime, or they're going to be going to Skybridge. Now, if anyone's interested, Game 5, Ancestral versus Sicario has just started. The map 2 on Bull. Keep your eyes open in the chat for pinned messages for updates on that game.
And where I have to be very frank, the TFG squad, when seeing success, has seen times where they have struggled to close games out. This TOFG variant has shown that they are more than ready to step up to the challenge and not let nonsense get into the gameplay and close out good leads. With a 4-round cushion, you would think they should take this home, but Decoded have got other ideas. There's 3 members of the other friendly guys, and now the other dead guys. Currently watching to see if SNX and Krabs can clutch up together. They are on site in close contact. The bomb is in their hands. Can they maybe fake this off? Just play completely silent and lose the defenders here? Oh no. Hard sell. All they gotta do is just be patient. If they do, if they let as many of these players go. Oh, Eversea's playing in a great position though to read it. Mr. Krabs does swing out and get contact. Gets the kill, which is going to inform Decoded that it's probably coming back this way. SNX is ready and wise of the mid-challenge from Slant. Doesn't lose his life to it. A great nade from Ashtray, and that was what we were talking about. That's the Ashtray pot we know. Cooking in the background. Smoking his foes with those utility throws.
That's a good rhyme. That is a good spot, too, to be able to have a lineup for. Excellent, excellent job. Very safe spot. Commonly held by attackers that try to move their way into A, so I'm sure he's practiced that nade lineup a lot.
Xfabu with the X Factor for the finish out on the last one. Score moves closer, 8-3. Sorry, 8-5 with the 3-round gap. My mind is already focused on that 3 as jumping to it too quickly because I am starting to slowly feel like this TOFG lead is quickly starting to slide away. They have the potential, Kirk. All it's going to take one round out of the likes of Undead, Hiding, or Nose to just hop off first. Well, this will be lights out for the Decoded squad in map 1. It's going to go in early this time. Nothing aggressive on the front.
I was wondering when TUFG was going to do something like this, just the instant super aggressive push onto site, because whenever they pull this off in a moment that they require it the most, it usually works. But now all of a sudden Decoded are reading exactly what they're going to do and are just one by one mowing down the lineup of TOFG. Mr. Krabs and Nose, though, bring it back a little bit, as there only is a one-man advantage now for Decoded. Make that just one, because Nose is the final one remaining. It's him. It is all up to Nose if he wants to force this game to a big map win. Decoded X Fabu from behind, from mid, shuts him down, and they are just 2 rounds away from an overtime force.
Fabu again, they're at the right time, on the flank. This time TOFG get that aggressive push, read by Decoded, matched well on the gunplay, better even. And it leaves room for Fabu to take advantage of the confusion and come round the back. Still 2 rounds to go, Undead. On the drain. Who's he sending to the sewers? Nobody goes down this time, both him and Hiding not finding success with the grenades.
Ooh,
Speaking of success, Frost is going to slam Krabs out of that door.
There's the double kill. I can only assume Frost won't get away with it any longer, and just as we say that, SMX makes him pay that double kill curse price. It's not even a curse, I'd say it's more of a blessing.
So, Undead and Hiding need to come together. Make something happen here. They do a bit of hiding and prove to be Undead. Well, there may be success in the 2v4, but still a tall order. Bomb's in a gross spot in front of that A-plat. Hiding is going to have to maybe take out Eversy here just to link up. Oh, catches a good timing on the cross, spots teammate. Loses the fight to Eversy and Sandwich.
It's been so many rounds that TUFG have just fallen apart. Good recognition that someone's going to cut you off at some point. Now you have nowhere really left to run at this point. It's 35 seconds left on the clock with a bomb not even in your possession. You just have to just frag out here. Oh, that was clean. 20 seconds left. Eversy does have eyes on the bomb, and Undead with the gun not at the ready. Be an easy pickup from mid. 1 round away for Decoded to actually do something that we didn't think was possible. Come all the way back from that heartbreaking score that was near the start of the game and bring it all the way to an overtime.
Did not think that this was going to be pulled back to being this close, but apparently the Decoded squad have other ideas. That one going towards parkour, really. From the back of spawn, Hiding, not finding anything there. They've played very heavy, which is why we see Decoded playing 2 in the A site and a 3rd towards Sandwich instead of the green container. But this time, TOFG have gone for a different approach. Reading this, Decoded have got somebody sat inside a silver. Connector there goes down, Undead. Picking up the kill onto Fabu in that beacon. Mr. Krabs outside of the door. He's going to have Nose come up to join him. Battle buddy system goes in together. Ashtray tries for the pick.
It's really surprising that TUFG are still confident to be able to swing corners with not the most amount of speed they have. Sometimes they quick peek it and they don't realize that they have yet to run into Ashtray, who was just waiting for them on the B site.
I think I might have just thrown up a little bit. That was kind of gross. Second shot towards the door frame does not find the head. 3rd miss from Ashtray there. He's going to end up losing his life to Nose as he's running across the point from the crossfire. TOFG have found room to plant. And in the round where Ashtray Pot hit an absolute worldie over the top of the fuel tank, TOFG has had that inspire them to success. The last comes in the door, and Undead's going to close it out. TOFG take map number 1 on Bay 5, 9-7 versus Decoded.
when we thought the Decoded crew was going to come back, all that effort that they put in was for nothing, unfortunately. It actually, there is round differential. Round differential is being taken into account, so you could say that it is from that. But, it's still impressive for TUFG to come back and put that one single round in that they needed in those important scenarios that, it was most optimal, right? It could have been at any point, but to be able to do it at that one final time where it matters the most, it just brings so much hype, and it brings the pressure up in the room for everybody, and it's awesome to see them shut it out and give us the most amount of action-packed gameplay as possible.
I've got to agree with you. I think from the perspective of a spectator, ourselves watching in the chat and in the commentary booth, it is extremely entertaining to see these games go down to the tie. I think the teams today that have had strong, advantageous leads and that have dropped maybe 4, 5, 6 rounds in a row consecutively to make it look scary would rather we had a slightly less climactic day, I think, for their success. But nonetheless, I'm sure everybody that's taken part in the close matches today is grateful of the gameplay, because I know at the bottom of our hearts, all of us love just a good competitive game. You all come away from a long match where you're like, I feel drained, because you had such a great competitive match, and it's good to see it going both sides. The question now is, map 2, Guybridge, TOFG or Decoded? Are we going to see TOFG go 2-0 in the match and 3 points up on the day? Or are we going to see Decoded have a response?
I think it's been enough time for Decoded to finally lock it in and grab themselves a big win. They've had a difficult time. The last time we even see them win at all was in that Pandaric game yesterday at the very final one of the day. But of course, that was the one played off stream. But that was the only thing that they won so far, as I'm aware. Like, it's at some point that they need to start doing something. And if at any time, it has to be now on this third day, because once teams start propelling over you in that scoreboard, at some point you're not going to have any chance at all to even catch up. So they need it right now, and if they don't get it now, I think it might be too late.
That's just how the cookie crumbles, isn't it? It's getting to this point now where if you
It's
keep,
just the truth.
You keep knocking pegs down, you're gonna end up finding yourself at the bottom of the table. And the other thing that's kind of confused me a little bit is some of the sort of lack of tightness that's been brought to the table from this Decoded squad. I mean, even early on in the beginning of this match, one could be forgiven for arguing that this could have been a Decoded map had they have not been very, very, very rusty in the first 3 to 4 rounds. Individual swings, not really necessarily being prepared for a fight face to face, sprinting directly into somebody's crosshairs. There was a couple of question marks over the initial gameplay from the Decoded squad, but they leveled it out well. Do you know what I mean? The rest of the game definitely turned around a lot stronger, and they ended up closing it back to a 9-7. But it does leave you asking those question marks. Could it have been a different result? Could TOFG have, ended up taking their first realistic upset loss on the day? Because I think coming into this now, and after seeing that gameplay, I do definitely think TOFG are the stronger of the two sides by a comfortable margin.
Yeah, it's at some point you really do need to lock it in and just start pushing it forward. Like, I don't really know what to say anymore. It's so hard to be able to take these bottom 3 teams and realize that where could they possibly go when Sicario is so high on the board. There's just no chance anymore for at least a number 1 spot. However, it is a 10,000 euro prize pool, which the top 4 teams will get the most amount of, and then I believe the 5th gets just a little bit. So there's always something to fight for, which is nice. You don't want to be giving up in the middle of the tournament because you realize you're not going to win anything. So it is, okay, so the top 6 are paid, so there's always something to fight for because there's 8 teams. So it is nice to just always have something to fight for. And coming up on day 4, I don't think that's the most important day. Like, if you had to pick a day out of these the 5 days, 2 or 3 has got to be top some of the most important days. Am I not mistaken?
You absolutely are. Sorry, I'm slightly distracted as
Your
filling in
cat.
for Coach Blue today. Yeah, I'm on kitten watch. I've got cats that are roaming all around me. I'm trying to stop them jumping in on the screen as we're doing the broadcast. Nika was coming to say hello. But no, yeah, absolutely. There's a lot to be spoken for when it's coming down to the Sicario strength throughout the entirety of this tournament so far. It's a very similar performance, shall we say, resplendent to their previous season. They were very, very strong throughout the majority of the previous HPL EU, and it led them to, an exceptional finishing standing position there as well. There's, uh,
It's tough,
we
isn't
might
it?
have to
That's what I
wait
said.
to the
That's the same
EU
reaction I
elimination
had.
tournament. Yeah, we might have to wait to the EU elimination tournament before somebody's really going to be able to knock Sicario out. And it's, it's a scary thought, right? If you give Sicario an aggregate of matches, like on average, this team is the top of the scene right now from the results, right? If you put them in an EU elimination scenario where they might have a best of 3, for example, or a best of 1 even, right? A 1 chance to get knocked out, then an underdog team might provide us an upset where Sicario is not considered the best team for that tournament in this one instance, and that's a crazy scenario to think about. So I don't know. A lot of glaze. We've got to be
Yeah,
real. We
that's
are
just the way
glazing
it
a lot on
is.
the Sicario
But
strength,
it's the
but they've
truth.
earned it. Yeah, exactly. That's it. They have earned that strength, haven't they, Kirk?
So if anyone is interested, Sicario are currently on a 12-game win streak. If you want to take apart the last HPL
Mm-hmm.
maps, actually, they never dropped a map. Yeah, they've
That's
never
it.
dropped a map.
Yeah, that's it.
So isn't that insane? 14. Which you want to double that? That's the amount of maps that they played. They've played 28 maps and have not lost a single one of them. So
Maybe
somebody
they,
needs to put a pair of handcuffs on them. Somebody needs to start unplugging their power cords in the middle of the game or something. That's the only way that they're going to be stopped.
It's definitely an interesting one. Maybe they tuned into the end of the NA HPL where they realised that the undefeated champions, coming out of the NA scene were exactly that, as undefeated as well, unknown. Your Hpl NA Season 1 champions. Another season of that coming up in the near future as well. Looking forward to seeing when that scene comes back into it, because I know there's been a lot of roster changes again from Season 1 HPL NA to Season 2, which is exactly what we saw in the EU scene. And kind of the EU scene being the trendsetter, as they've had some of more of the consistent leagues, I think, off the start themselves, and then the Russian scene as well have also had a very large variety of content produced towards the competitive side of Tarkov. I think it took about 3 seasons for the EU scene to settle. We're starting to see teams now almost settling down, like some of the teams that maybe weren't taking it too seriously, or that it wasn't the right combination of 5 players, have scattered out to different teams and have found good teams to settle with, and then have rebuilt better teams around it. Those other friendly guys are a spawn, shall we say, of the interactions between each of the teams, trading and losing and gaining team members. So I think in a couple of seasons' time, the NA HPL scene will follow a similar suit. We've got the second season, we'll see a couple of teams, the top 4 maybe, strong teams settle into that comfort zone. And then season 3 of the NA HPL, which closes out our year really comfortably, actually, is going to be the final episode, should we say, of 2025 when it comes to arena competitive gaming. And it's also going to be, where the NA scene would settle going into the next year and give us a good look for 2026. So very excited to see where this all ends up. Right now, we've still got another game for you guys, all right?
It ain't
After
over yet.
all of the insane action we've had today, where, let's just recap, and I wonder if we can we take a quick look at the schedule and see what we've actually gone through to just remind ourselves on today's action. Starting off with the day, Sicario versus the other friendly guys that we are witnessing in our final match was an absolute barnstorm of a game. Bear in mind that Titan powerhouse we've been denoting in Sicario. The other friendly guys really did give him a run for the money in Game 1. Off-screen, Ancestral and 8 Sins went 2-0 to the 8 Sins squad. Ancestral starting the day out on second place in the table actually sees them moving down a bit, with our second featured game and off-screen played game being Decoded versus Oil Rig. Panderic and those friendly guys squad went into an extremely heated match there, and it ended up being 2-0 to the Pandas, where those friendly guys did not manage to convert on home for any success. That being said, then following this, we've rocked on into Ancestral versus Sicario and Decoded versus the other friendly guys. Right now, Ancestral and Sicario are currently 3-5 in the favor of Sicario at the changeover in map 2.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, map 1 for Sicario and Ancestral was a 9-1 victory for Sicario. So, I mean, what do you really expect in that situation? Ancestral have been playing good, but, you know, you gotta play a little bit better once you go up against the top dogs. But, of course, Decoded versus OFG is what is up next. We have already seen Bay 5. We're on to Skybridge, TOFG's map. And, of course, you know, this acronym OFG, it's a little bit confusing if you're not familiar. It is OFG on this sheet, but once we go into game, the team is represented by TOFG on the top of the screen.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to make sure people aren't too confused with it, TFG or OFG, especially one that we want to make sure the guys at home are able to follow along with. We have been prepped up for our second match into Skybridge, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going back to the trains. We're going back to the highlights of the insides, VIP, KFC, and the Sandwich Conundrum all tied into one. We're going to get to see which of these two teams is going to be able to take it home successful in our final match of the day. Now, TOFG find themselves in the driver's seat, 1-0 in the head-to-head, going into Skybridge, looking to try and close out for a full 3 points on the day.
Yeah, I really hope Decoded, you know, can pull ahead and at least get themselves one map win to get themselves a point on the board, right? Because you're not out of the fight just because you lose one map. There's always a point available at all times if you can tie up a map. So I know that you're really hoping for TOFG to really come and show what they're made out of here. But my heart is kind of out for Decoded slightly right now, just because I want to see them get something, right? You know, and they deserve it, right? They've been through qualifiers. They fought like heck to get here, and it's like it's not really paying off for them. So I just want to see something. I want to see some amount of, you know, fire still left in them to burn bright and continue to push forward and maybe grab that 6th place at least, get a little bit of that prize money.
Maybe need to just see them lock it in, that's right, to be able to take a piece of that prize pool home going into our last game of the day, last map of the day, shall we say, for our final matchup. Definitely lock it in and keep it ready to roll. We're going to see which of our two teams, Decoded or the other friendly guys, are going to be able to come out successful. I'm also curious to see, we talked about some of these weapon picks, the kit picks, Kirk. Are we going to see a single TRG? Are we going to see a double TRG? Are we going to see no TRGs? What is the topic of talking when it comes to the kits, and what do these teams favor?
I mean, it was really only a 1 TRG in that last map, if I'm not mistaken. Even at the halftime switch, I think it was just one person.
Yep, 100% agree with you.
Yeah.
That off-screen match, by the way, for you folks, has just finished. Just in this now, Ancestral 3, Sicario 9 at the end of Bowl. So overall score 2-0 Sicario. And Kirk, you gotta think, man, when are we gonna hear a scoreline that is not 2-0 Sicario?
Yeah, that's just the way it is, unfortunately, for the teams that go up against them. Not unfortunately for them. I'm telling you, I'd be real scared if I was going up against them. Definitely don't want to catch those guys out in solo queue. You might get your head pushed back a little.
So here we go, final game of the day, TOFG versus Decoded, and this time we're on Skybridge.
Yep, map that requires a lot of coordination. Sites are split very far apart from each other, with lots of dead space in the middle, so audio is very important. Through the smoke somehow, Frost is able to connect the first blood.
Very quick so far from Decoded again, which is, I mean, no surprise to us. We would expect to see. Shots from Mr. Krabs do take Xfabu out. Eversy's going to respond. SNX paying the price. 3 versus 4 as a Gurkus reduces that to 2. On site, Ashtray Pot and a Gurkus combine together and finish the finals off. Pull the first round to Decoded.
Tough spot. That's usually where you want to keep your smoke grenades and, you know, smoke off VIP and then that left side to be able to get a clean defuse off. But it is tough sometimes, especially when you don't really expect what's coming in the first round. I am a person that usually opts in to save my smokes maybe till about halfway into the round to see if they're actually viable. But you always get two, right? And usually they're split between two teammates, between sites. So it's tough sometimes.
Ashtray Pot's not going to be allowed to do anything in round number 2 as Hiding has found another one of those great grenades onto him.
Usually going the other way around, huh? Ashtray Pot a menace of himself with the grenades.
Ebox challenge is going to jump, but nobody's seen as the jump goes through. They are on site. They're going to know now. Frost for one as Hiding goes down. Frost is trying to peek into the second. He does win the challenge and gets the 2-piece. Frost for the third.
Frost finally falls. Fabu up next to grab himself one. That's Mr. Krabs. SNX gets X Fabu. And then the last one remaining, SNX, does fall by the hands of a Gurkus, who is grabbing his third kill so far into this game. 2 rounds in, and Decoded are already looking so strong. TOFG are back again in a spot where they got to lock it in and turn it around.
Attacking side on Skybridge, definitely something that, again, you know, we talk about whether we like attacking or defending first. Well, the Coded find themselves very comfortable in the attacking side, it looks like, out of the gate. Frost has a 4K so far in 2 rounds, which is good to see. 3 from Agurkus as well. Saw a nice little defense towards that E-box fight there from Frost that was part of that success. Flash comes out towards KFC as the bomb and Frost are going to have to hang back there. Ashtray goes down to SNX. Now sight and space control for TOFG when it comes towards KFC.
Everything falls. Get a little bit slower. Undead, though, breaks the silence. Onto Evasy, and Frost is trying to get sneaky. He's trying to get cheeky with them jumps. Nose makes him pay the price. He can't be too loud. We'll hone in on you. Gurkus, though, is instantly going to flick around and stop the flank from Mr. Krabs. Arr, 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 arr.
They're actually going the other way. The bomb has completely and utterly shifted, actually. Agurkus and X Fabu. Hey, agree with you. Off we go. Don't want any more of that action. The bomb is going to go down on the B side. Agurkus pushing wide into the lane. Bomb goes down. Fabu takes a bit of his health with the damage, but nothing else too dangerous. Gets signs of blue train. Numbers are in the favour of TOFG. Does find 1 kill apiece as the plaid stripes in the kill feed. Then 4 in the favour of Fabu. Nose swings at a perfect time, though, and that's going to open up the defuse. TOFG put the first round on the board, Kirk.
Yep, very important. Don't want to let the snowball roll too far down the mountain. Stopping the momentum of Decoded. Probably should be on their own map pick.
Heard the mountains are they're pretty steep out there in Canada, right?
On the West Coast. I'm not West Coast, so I would know nothing about that.
And not a mountain climber out of Captain Kirk on the casting desk, but we are going to potentially see TOFG climb a small mountain to be able to bring this game back into their advantage. Decoded currently in the lead, but only by 1. So we move on into round number 4 with 1:45 left on the clock as Decoded are playing definitely a lot more A-site heavy than we've seen from a couple of teams so far when it comes to Skybridge.
Shots being exchanged back and forth, but in a position where there's nobody going to be to gain any information at all, which is not a usual thing that you see rarely. It's usually one key to grab information. Execution is being committed as they want to use strength in numbers to their advantage. Device is being planted for VIP, and it's in a very good position. Smokes start to plume, though, so they need to get a little bit closer to defend this bomb. Kill time, wait for that smoke to go away, then they can back up and defend it from other longer range positions. But I don't think they opted to do that. They just want to maybe start shooting through that smoke a little bit.
Yeah, Ashtray trying to play smart, getting the shot underneath the smoke, as that is where it's least dense.
This
Frost
is why you
and
need to stay
SNX together
close.
make 2, but this is why you wanted to stay close, because the
Oh!
stick is going to be required. The reload's at the wrong time, though, and that's going to allow Decoded access through. That's going to be Decoded round. You gasped as I sighed, and the inside of the site is exposed and given back for free as TOFG had the tempo on a pressure defuse. You don't quite coordinate that kill and the collapse at the same time.
Yeah, that little check through VIP was optimal. That is exactly what they needed to get them off the bomb. Otherwise, I think they probably would have had a safe defuse. Smokes are in good spots. They were deployed at the right time. But yeah, Decoded was able to grab one finally. Sorry, not finally, but grab one to push the lead above TOFG to 2 rounds. Kills split up pretty evenly on the TOFG side, other than SNX, putting a little bit of extra work in with 4 kills. And there's Nose, putting himself up a little bit more. 3-3 currently. You can see here's probably 100 bullets going off all across the map, but nobody falls off of that. Pretty surprising. Free plant. Which is kind of unreal, as we can see 4 members of TOFG are just didn't feel like contesting that at all. Smoke's in decent spots.
Back of Banana has 2 strong from TOFG, and then that A-box position or the right-hand side near Philbo. That headshot box all being very well held out by TOFG. There's 25 seconds left on the clock. There they come through. Nice double battle buddy swing, as then strong pressure comes pushed through onto Agurkus. Hiding finds that first kill, and they're going to go on to deactivate the device. Ashtray finds one, but it's not the bomb diffuser.
Oh!
Nor is the second from Eversea. The Ninja does come down, because Babu does find the headshot he needs to. Gets the second on the retreat as Grabs comes out, and now it's a 1v2.
Wow.
Chronic.
Excellent timing for Xfabu. Definitely probably the crutch of that round right there. 4-1 currently for Decoded. And as they continue to push forward, TOFG are looking a little bit confused on their own map pick. When is a B push going to come out? I don't think if it's broken, you don't fix it.
That was a really good play from the TOFG squad. I don't actually think that that's probably down to any mistakes made there. I think that's just really good shots coming out of Fabu. He gets really lucky. I mean, again, Decoded in map 1 lost to 10th of a second where Ashtray couldn't defuse in time. This time TOFG lose by 10th of a second after having that diffuser removed from the bomb. A great swing into the challenge of KFC, finds one apiece going down. Bomb still alive on the back of Fabu. 3 versus 3 so far.
Smoke's pluming. Perfect. Hiding is probably going to grab a pre-fire right here, as he should. Fabu does actually connect with 1 bullet, takes a little bit of health off of him. Bomb is available, and SNX is not biting up more than he can chew. This is a perfect position for him to be in. This is the audio cue you need, SNX. Just push him right now. Perfectly executed. And instantly turns around. What was that? How clean was that, Cracked?
A little bit of a flick of the wrist. 180 whip into the VIP, and man's driving himself straight on down to the red carpet. SNX, roll yourself up a good one. That was clean.
Big hype moment for TOFG. Got to get the boys energized back into the fight, and that's going to be one to revitalize the spirits. And hopefully they continue to push forward and show Decoded a very strong matchup right now. VIP aggression for control is working out. Excellent jump up. Urkus is going to know, though. That's exactly what you hear. You jump up on the wood. You don't hear somebody fall. Obviously, it's an easy pre-fire. Frost and Fabu jump right onto site. The plant is commencing.
Still 4 versus 3, though. Decoded have themselves good numbers pushing up now. Bomber's down. Eversea gets the pick onto Hiding, and it's 2 versus 4. TOFG had a shout in this whilst they were at the 3v4, but right now, you have to feel that both pairs and Decoded are well matched up in positioning as well. Ashtray has this open angle. Is that a second smoke? So, oh, it's a nade, even better. No sees it coming and avoids it, thankfully, for the TOFG side, but he doesn't avoid the Lapua.
Boom, that's it. You know, we haven't really seen a lot of that, and all of a sudden it starts to make its way to a huge weapon this round, and for the rest of the game continuing to go forward. See how well these smokes are going to be utilized continuing, because I don't think they've really changed any of the throws. They've been standard. They've been exactly the same every time. But once, of course, Dakota decide to go for some sort of B play, it will eventually change it up. But I think A is still the most favored at this point.
In we go. Utility out for round number 8. Smoke drops in front of VIP. As Ashtray Pot will be again fishing with this heavy marksman rifle. Free fire from Agurkus almost actually taps SNX out of the back of that headshot box. Unintentionally so. FC's going to pick up the flank, which is good repulsion from the Decoded side. The bomb is planted quickly, and well, the timer immediately gets reduced to 40 on the clock. It's a long lurking play from TOFG that's coming in through heaven.
Oh.
Member is watching it. SNX is going to pick up the first onto Frost, and that's actually going to really help this flank coming in at the right time. Now the tension is diverted forward. The flank watchers have been rotated.
Oh,
my
there
word!
you go. An actual explosive device, and then an explosive end to the round with a big bullet. Ashtray Pot is such a big fan of this rifle, and we like to see him use it. It is so entertaining to be able to watch bodies drop left, right, and center, not only with Ashtray, but with also previous games beforehand, being favored even more by other teams. So you can see how influential this gun has become already, even though it was just added to the game. At some point, something's either going to replace it, or, you know, we're going to have a problem.
Dakota do find themselves 4 rounds in the lead. But we have now had 8 rounds worth of gameplay, which means, Kirk, we're swapping sides. TOFG are now on the attack, Decoded on the defense. What have we got in store for this one?
Hopefully something towards the B site, because I don't think Dakota ever went to B site once.
Correct.
Oh, very small amount of body being exposed, and Ashtray Pot still took the chance. 3 rounds he misses. That does not happen often with that man.
Very true. SNX about to step in. Frost is on a good boost up and over the top there. One teammates back in VIP. The double down comes off successful. Gurkus from inside of VIP finds Undead. Knows. Takes Pabu out trying to push through KFC. Reswing has hiding finding Frost. The Gurkus takes hiding out in response. 2 versus 2. Eversea fully healthy all the way back in jungle. Krabs takes out the problem of Agurkus on the point. They have access and location to plant.
Tough spot. Linking up with your teammate here is going to be absolutely optimal. Nose is going to take the time to actually hit a stim instead of supporting his teammate. Now Mr. Krabs is going to be stuck in the corner. Never mind, he turns around. He realizes exactly where Eversea's going to be. And now they have a double swing if they want. Eversea forcing that 1v1 as he should. Mr. Krabs ends up becoming the winner of that fight. And TOFG get a 3rd round win in Skybridge. 6-3 right now for Decoded. And, you know, TOFG looked pretty solid there on that round.
Yeah, starting to pull it back a little bit. They see a little bit more of a stronger hold from the front line of TOFG when coming into contact, rather than getting folded over quite quickly by Frost that was doing a good job of some entry. Still early days for the attacking side though. There'll be many a playbook to play through for TOFG, and we'll see how successful they really are. It looks like we are coming back to this A site again. Ashtray Pot with that whole grenade is going to take out SNX before any of the action even gets started.
Action's been started with a huge advantage for Decoded and hiding what is going on. A minute 35 on the clock, and he is just hiding in the back. All by himself, too much to deal with. That is unfortunate. Hey guys, where's my team? I need a little bit of help over here. Running up to KFC. Already, you can tell by how loud he's being that Dakota definitely, I've already honed in on that position. And Ashtray is just taking little fun pot shots. Jump boost.
It's the boost again.
Oh!
Wow.
Put down with the Ash 12.
Two cheeky little boosts we've seen so far from Decoded that have been working quite nicely. We saw one from the TOFG side from behind Filbo that gave them access to vision over that site entry. It was one of the successful rounds. They did defend well. The players now starting to work on the elevation off of these boosts, being able to consistently execute jumping on the back the first time rather than being caught 4 to 7 times failing that jump.
2 rounds for Decoded to close it off if they want to end it. TFG still has a large seat to fill if they want to push this to overtime. However, will it start to fly? And we can hear Ash 12 shots from the other side of the map. SNX looking pretty hurt. 40% of his health remaining. Fabu falls, and TOFG have man advantage for the time being. Long range shots with this SP6. Can they connect to the head? You're against a 338 here. You better watch it. Perfect timing. 2 338s for TOFG. It's like a special Christmas gift that they want to give to them just a little bit early this year. Evasy, the last one remaining as Bomb gets down. Actually, it is very well to be contested right now. It's probably
Evasy
a
can just straight up
spot.
wallbang this, by the way. If he decides to use the... Okay, never mind, he's going to try and swing with the VSS, and that's not going to find him any success. Mr. Krabs more than ready for that match. You can quite comfortably just bang straight through that piece of scenery there onto site with the TRG. So interesting that wasn't something that was attempted. Ashtray Pot, one of those people that likes to cook up these wall bangs. Actually, somebody that sends me DMs on a common basis to say, "Hey, I found this. Look at this. This is really, really sickening and gross." And I'm like, "Yes, you disgust me. Why does your mind work this way?" It's insane. It's great to see, obviously, on a regular basis, but interesting to see that wasn't the approach that time around.
You know, competitive environments, people will take whatever they can to win. It doesn't matter how dirty, greasy, whatever it may be. They will take an inch and stretch it to a mile to win any game possible. One split to B. Defense for Decoded. Pretty standard setup right now. One up in heaven, though, for TOFG to possibly challenge him on that extremely long-range angle. Hopefully we get to see what exactly weapons are going up against each other in that spot. This TOFG lineup, what is going on? They're so far behind. I don't know if they're up top of the escalator or down below. It's pretty hard to tell, but you can probably imagine up top and are ready to rotate on a moment's notice. Both teams playing extremely defensive. Very bold to send the bomb alone up through KFC. $50 seconds left. It's probably going to be an A execute. There's no reason to ever swap out here. It's a little bit too late. There's Decoded. He was the one on the back of B site with the TRG, of course.
I like the approach.
Back through jungle any moment.
Given the fact that it's potential to bait out, but it's not working. We're going to talk about the action in front of us as one gets taken down on the way in. Krabs finds one to cross. The Ash 12 comes in onto side from the Gurkus. He's going to claim 2 quick kills. Ashtray's going to nade the Gurkus on the way out, though.
Shots to the smoke, try to connect. Undead gets away very sparingly with his life, however. Bomb needs to be picked up right now. Decoded are looking to end this one out. They have forced that 8th round win. You know what that means. It's a minimum of overtime for Decoded.
Eight to 4. I mean, realistically, it's a minimum of they've pushed themselves to the point where, short of wild scenarios, they are going to at least tie the points up on the day and level it out 1-1 with TOFG. I'm not so convinced that this is done for just yet, though. TOFG have shown that they've had good responses at times throughout the day today, both in their first match we saw in game 1 of the day and now in game 3, especially in that great victory in map 1.
Yeah, I think at this point you just got to fully execute on a B push where you can just use your advantage in numbers to push that one person off and get the plant down. At this point, that's really all you can try. A hasn't really been working out, so get that bomb down as quick as possible, and I think that's what we're about to see.
I think you would have to expect that Decoded would have a relatively quick read on this, though. That being said, 2 contact kills come in the way of TOFG. 1 returned back the other way does not favor Decoded for now. Shots to the end of the lane from Undead versus Eversea is going to see neither of them get knocked over. Eversea does take a bit of damage, but the long range being the slight enemy from the SR3M just now. Agurkus on the Ash 12 in close quarters finds SNX. Eversea caught in the middle of the running animation is going to get abused again for more HP, but not for his death.
Oh! Through the smoke. Multiple times we've seen in this exact same situation around site where smoke is just being sprayed through. And Agurkus actually looks down at the most appropriate time to stop the bullets from going to his head. He looks straight down. That stopped the headshot.
1v1. Save the game. Undead is going to get pushed by the Ash 12. Undead holds his ground, and TOFG take the round. 5-8. The score gets pulled one closer.
A little bit too close for comfort to UFG. I think they might have to lock in a little bit more because, wow, that could have went either way at any point. We are on our toes for you. Decoded are looking to shut it out, though, as quick as possible as we head in. The 14th round.
Bomb on the back of Mr. Krabs. TOFG are going to try and play the tempo gameplay and understand that successful on the B site, you would hope Decoded would over heavily stack that way this time. Going back to A. Instead, Decoded are here ready laying in wait. Undead does not realize his back is exposed. Babu's trigger discipline is going to try and claim one, but it's not going to claim any. Now he has to swing KFC. He gets one at the peak. The bomb goes down and Krabs pays it.
Oh, no, he's trying to make him pay the price. Undead, ladies and gentlemen, the last one remaining for TOFG, who was stuck in that corner, crouched, nothing he could do. Decoded, honed in, they slowly converged, and Decoded finally get a big map win. The last time we seen that was yesterday with a 1 map win against Panderic. So it is nice to see a little bit of extra points on the board for Decoded, who we wish the very best of luck in the next 2 days because, you know, this is the end of that 3rd day. And unfortunately, that's all she wrote. We've had lots of explosive games even off stream. That Sicario versus Ancestral game that was going on in the background, of course, did go to a 2-0 Sicario lead, as we spoke about earlier, but cracked. TOFG, they tried their hardest. What's going on?
Difference in map choice. Definitely played out on the day there. I think a 9-5 victory for the Decoded squad is a better showing than the first one on the attempt in Phase 5. So 1 apiece on the day. The points are split. And on the table standings, it's not going to make too much difference for either team, realistically. I think the TOFG squad will be glad to have gained another point towards their title race after some good performances into Sicario earlier today. For Decoded, I think the season is kind of all said and done for at this moment in time, having very minimal wins on the board overall. They'll be grateful to grab a point today, but it's going to be fighting for staying away from those bottom 2 spots of the table at this moment in time. Sicario in the background again, you know, very, very confident today. All right, 4-0 on the day overall. The TOFG squad did give them a very good run for the money, but winning is winning. Whether it's by a minute or a mile, victory is the person that crosses the line, not the person that makes the best effort to get 2nd place. So you have to give it to Sicario right now. They are holding it down hot and steady at the top of the table, and we're going to be expecting to see a similar performance, I guess, from them next weekend. That being said, Kirk, that is the end of the first weekend for the HPL EU Season 3. We were here from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So thank you to everybody who has jumped in to join us for all 3 broadcasts to support your teams. Thank you to all of the players who have taken part in making the entertainment happen on screen, and to all the supporting staff, the esports organizations involved in the background, and the coaches, and so on from there. Also, I am being made aware, Kirk. I believe our scoreboard is ready in the chat if people want to check out how the teams are settling for the day.
Yep, so make sure you check everything out. There will be, I imagine, a pinned comment in the chat. And sorry, yeah, we have so we don't have an actual graphic. We are just going to be able to explain it to you. So as we look at it right now, I can already see that Sicario, of course, have their 5 matches played so far and are at total points of 15, followed closely by Oil Rig with a total points of 9, and then Ancestral and 8 Sins are the third and fourth place and are actually tied right now for top points. However, 8 Sins does get a place above them because of that round differential.
Yeah, it's a relatively hefty difference between 8 Sins and Ancestral, considering that 8 Sins have a game in hand. Also, remember the same goes for Oil Rig, folks. So where Sicario in first at 15 points, Oil Rig are in second at 9. That difference is a 6-point gap, but it is with Oil Rig also having a game still to play. So Oil Rig find themselves successful there. They'll move from 9 to 12 points and will only be a match behind Sicario in that sense, with an equal amount of games played. 8 Sins in the same aspect are 7 points to 7 with Ancestral, tied up third and fourth, with a game in hand for Ancestral not favoured their way. It's a game in hand for 8 Sins that have a round difference of plus 17 to Ancestral's minus 12 already, and then have that extra game on top to be able to play. So realistically, 8 Sins with that game, if it goes in their favour, would find themselves sitting at 10 points with an even better round difference, and therefore moving up to that second place spot over Oil Rig, depending on how their game goes. So like we said, given the table state, obviously 4 teams having played 5 matches, and 4 teams playing 4 matches so far, there is a little bit of disparity there. Bottom of the table, Panderic and the other friendly guys find themselves tied at 4 apiece, but Panderic have a game in hand in that instance, and those friendly guys, as in the other friendly guys, and Decoded also find themselves tied at the bottom of the table, but those friendly guys also have themselves with a game in hand. So both Panderic and those friendly guys with potential slightly better placements, or the same, given results from their matches in hand, as well as the likes of 8 Sins and Oil Rig. So that'll wrap up day 3 of the broadcast for us here, folks. Kirk, any final shout-outs? Anything you'd like to say to the folks at home? Anything we should be doing with our time during the next week before we round up for the day?
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Oil Rig, who unfortunately did not want me to cast their games because the only 2 times that I'll be casting is when they're not playing. So I really wanted to watch them and cast them, but unfortunately the cookie crumbles the wrong way sometimes, and the schedule just didn't turn out. So maybe next time I'll be able to cast some Oil Rig, but there's still 2 days left, and that means that everybody at home, you will be able to watch some Oil Rig in the next coming days, next coming weekend, sorry. So this weekend we started off on Friday and went all the way through Sunday. However, there's only 2 days left, so that day will start on Saturday and then end on Sunday. That will be at the same time as usual, Saturday, March 22nd at 11 a.m. EST, 1500 GMT.
Absolutely. Some shouts out in the chat there. A request, please take the TRG away from Furlex. I think anybody that's been on the receiving end of that would agree with the main man, Connor, who has been working on the keys in the background hard again in the production today. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in a round of applause and thank you for the hard work from the Hunt crew, starting from the top with Connor on the keys in the production booth, as well as Damien. I believe it was Kevster and Preppy I saw in there working the cameras and the group and the crew. But don't forget, folks, we mention you maybe 3 to 4 names on every broadcast, but it is not 3 to 4 people that goes into making this production possible, starting right at the top with the big man himself, Philbo, who is never too far away from getting his head stuck in as deep as possible into finding the best ways to help this environment grow, both for us as working people here, as well as the people that get involved with the entertainment and the competitive scene. As well as that, there is a ton of mods in the background that, you know, whether they work on spreadsheets or it's organizing the players or just in general keeping all of you guys from being a rowdy bunch in the chat once in a while when it starts to pop off. All right, It's all hard work and it's all greatly appreciated. So we in the casting booth, I'm sure myself and Kirk will join me in saying thank you to the Hunt Squad for all your hard work. We appreciate you.
Could not be done without everybody in the back, and of course without the chat and fans, the viewers. That's you, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you so much for your support. Whatever you want to do, you don't even have to give us a dime. You just hit that follow button, and that is all we ask for. It is the most important for you to be here and get notified about all the live streams that go on every single time. You'll get that extra little notification in the top right of your screen when we go live. And that's exactly how it goes next weekend on the 22nd when you're here at 11 a.m. EST. So thank you to everybody, and shout out to you and Battlestate Games for allowing us to do this and giving us all these extra cool tools to provide better entertainment than any league anywhere else. So with that being said, thank you, Cracked Wisdom, for being my gracious co-caster here today. And I thank you so much for everything that you do for Hunt Premier. And this has been Kirk and Cracked, Hunt Premier HPL Season 3 EU. We'll see you next Saturday.